My stream is still buffering. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's still misbehaving right now. Fuck this stupid platform and its stupid bullshit. My cat's excited. My pussy is very excited to see you. This is what we all came here for, right? Guys, not guys. Not guys. We're not doing the guys thing. We're not prioritizing men. This is not a patriarchy stream. Gals, non-binary pals, and unfortunately men. Welcome back to the Rogue Room, where tonight we are playing with my pussy. There we go. I had to adjust the camera a little bit. You right? I don't know why. I should have checked my my playlist before I started stream. That was dumb. I didn't think. Which means that part of the VODs probably get like and I need to check which VODs have been uploaded actually to my offline channel because I've completely forgotten about that. Anyway, what's up, folks? Are you done? I think he's done. I think he's completed. He's finished. He's getting lazy, all right? He's getting lazy, so he's not bothering to chase it anymore. Unfortunately, it's a joke, okay? Not all hashtag not all men. Hashtag not all men. Is that angle correct? Yes, it is. I'm going even more risque with the crop top tonight. I'm wearing one button. Don't tell anybody at Twitch. Especially not whatever the guy what leads the platform. I've forgotten what his name is. Emmett Shear. Don't tell Emmett Shear that I'm wearing a crop top with one button done up. I'll get in trouble. Shh. How's it going, folks? Welcome back to my personal nightmare. Because yet again, I am one of those perpetually online, touch-starved isolationists. Perhaps against my will. You know. Tonight we're doing a bit of news. Hopefully we're doing a bit of news, but we have 40% dropped frames at the moment because Twitch won't fix they shit. And it doesn't seem like they even realize. Like like I said in chat before, I can't find an issue on my end that's causing the lag. I don't know what it is. It's not allowing the what if that button rips? I tested it before. Like I did this and I pulled on it. And I mean, I'm wearing a bra, so it's like you're not going to see anything. Sorry, you're going to have to buy the exclusive content to see those. No, you're not. I mean, if there was money in it. Anyway, we all know I'm a desperate whore. Anywho, working on an arena map. You want to yeet your brain because you can't figure out what to do. I wish I had the skills to develop, like, maps for things. What are you working on, Necro? Like, what's it a map for? My cat's just staring at me now. This kind of thing can cause problems in dogs. Come back a second. I want to see what you're talking about exactly. Wait till last second and chant. Oh, doing this with a Doberman is a very bad idea. I see. On floors with no grip, it can cause hip dysplasia. Yeah, you don't want that. Sub to my OnlyFans. I mean, if I had one, I wouldn't talk about it on Twitch. that's a recipe for disaster. Are we even allowed to say OnlyFans? I'm pretty sure I've seen people say stuff like Pornhub on here and all that. And there's an article that I want to read tonight that is from a website called NewsHub, which is a New Zealand news publication. And the first thing that springs to mind is like, I can't look at the word hub anymore without having Pornhub in my head. You know, I'm a delinquent. I'm a degenerate. I cannot help it nowadays. Go to horny jail. Go directly to horny jail. I can't seem to figure out a way to make that command time someone out for like 10 seconds. I've put it into my timeout thing on my chatbot, but the it doesn't work for some reason. Like in Streamlabs chatbot, there is an option to set a word to be bannable, set it to be purged, so it just deletes the message, or set it to be a timeout thing, which you can set the timeout timer for. And for reasons that escape me, I put exclamation mark OnlyFans in there, and it just doesn't add it to the list of banned words for some reason, unless Streamlabs chatbot has just hit its limit with regards to how many words you can add to the library, but I sure as fuck hope not.
I see you
Hello,
brought guests.
Pit Princess. Hello,
Welcome,
friends. Welcome into the Rogue Room. What's going on? What's the news? We were just talking about how the word hub has become subconsciously embedded in our brains to be associated with Pornhub. because we're all awful. I mean, the porn industry itself, especially websites like Pornhub, are incredibly toxic places. Sex work should be decriminalized, absolutely, but sex work should also be a unionized industry and it should protect its workers. Anyway, oh, don't say McFlurries. Oh no, I was looking at McFlurries earlier. I went onto Menulog, the website where you get food delivered, or DoorDash or whatever, and they've got this McFlurry at Macca's, and it's a birthday cake one, and it's got hundreds and thousands and bits of apple pie in it or something, or like bits of cake, and I'm like, I can't justify $12 on this. How was your stream, Princess? What'd you get up to? Oh, hello, Jay Salt. How have you been? Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're all doing wonderfully tonight. We are going to talk about some news very shortly. But anyway, hello, Rooster. What's going on? Hub instantly thought Pornhub. Yeah, we all are. And honestly, like, this is an idea. Like, this is not exactly the same kind of thing. But I did have a content warning for a content warning suicide, right? I'm not going to talk about the concept of it. I'm not going to talk about the action of it. But I was in a similar vein recently thinking about the website Suicide Girls. Not because I like alternative girls, which is another discussion to have off stream. But I was thinking about very specifically when I looked at that website when I was a teenager, right? Because I was a horny teenager. Shut up. Very specifically, the phrasing on the website referred to social suicide, i.e. because they're alternative girls, because they got all these piercings and tattoos and dress weirdly and all that kind of thing. They were seen as, committing social suicide. Nobody wants to hang out with us because we're not like the other girls. And I wanted to explore that idea of social suicide, that idea of sacrificing what might be your privileges, what might be certain advantages in a video format. I thought about looking at that concept of taking what might make you acceptable in society and casting it aside, as a video for further down the line. I just like that idea, but I feel like it'd be insensitive to call the video social suicide though. I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. That's a later project. I've got my current video that I'm working on right now. Then I've got another one planned for next month. Then I've got another one planned for the month after that. So there's a whole lot of ideas that I am doing. Anywho. Excuse me. Suicide girls are hot because they are different. Well, I mean, yeah, but these days it's not like a crazy, wild, uncommon concept. But it's kind of strange to me that back in the late 90s, early 2000s, that actually was seen as unusual. Anyway, turn these party lights off. Let's go back to normie mode for a minute. He's still just laying there. Look at this. So just let me interrupt myself while we're having a bit of discourse. Look at this. Look at him. Look at that. Look at him. Look at him. Hey. He's just laying there. He's just laying there. He's just vibing. He's just chilling. Isn't he a good cat? Yeah, it takes face tattoos these days. You're absolutely right. Rightio, Pit Princess. Cat. So, by the way, folks, if you're just tuning in, if you're just hanging out right now, if you are experiencing some, what's it called? If you're experiencing some lag or something, we can only deduce that that's coming from Twitch's end. We can't figure it out. OBS is giving me a whole bunch of mixed signals. Oh, your connection's dropping frames, blah, 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 blah. So it's not my internet connection. It's not my service provider. It's not my PC. It's not my CPU. It's not anything else. It must be on Twitch's end. We're getting a bunch of lag lately. Apparently a bunch of other streamers are getting the same thing. So if you're seeing this in low fidelity or whatever, I apologize. Face tattoos, I mean, I like the idea of being able to paint my face however I want. Some people like the idea of just having something permanently on there. And that's fine. But me personally, I wouldn't want to tattoo my face because I like the idea of being able to play with a whole bunch of different ideas with regards to makeup. And I'd like a blank canvas personally, just for me. Where is your face ink, Pit Princess? Or is it real facing? Twitch is a lag. It is. It's awful. No regret. No regrets. Have I seen your tats? I don't recall. You really have one. Let me have a look. Is it on your Instagram? Why am I not following? I should be following you. I don't know why I'm not. Face tattoos can look really cool. Reaper. There you go. I don't think anybody's redeemed anything else this stream, have they? I hope not. I am planning on getting a neck tattoo once lockdown's over, right there. And then Mark of the Outsider here, Bloodborne Hunter rune there. Instagram refuses to work on PC because it's a shit app. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Hang on, can I show it? I think this picture mirrored? Oh, I've moved my stream deck. Can I show it on stream? I'm assuming I can show it on stream. It's up to you though. I'll get your permission beforehand. Sorry, I'm just distracted by my cat. It's just... Speaking of Instagram, check out my one. We talk about the Souls games here a lot. I love them so much. They are my absolute passion. If I could be a Souls creator, if I was interesting enough to be a Souls creator, I would be. There you go. What does it say? I think because the picture must be mirrored, I can't read it. What does it say? We all want Elden Ring. Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Why do I do man voices? What's wrong with me? No, the literal only person who showed interest in being my housemate just bailed on it. Fuck! Cunt. Am I allowed to say the word cunt? It's technically pretty misogynistic, actually. But I'm gonna. Because I'm a bad person, you see. Bloodborne has your favorite writing of all of them. I love Bloodborne's story. Like, I feel like Dark Souls, for all of the genius of Dark Souls, all of how, let me come back to this. It says infinity. That's pretty cool. I like it. Here we go. What's this one? You want to get there? Is this what you want to get? Entirely random. Just thought of something. Makeup reminded me, but an art commission you put in, got finished recently. Want to share it? She drew my FF14 character in the style of a tarot card. That's cool. That's awesome. Look at that. Thank you for the head pats. I must admit, as much as I'm not really into tarot, there was a Bloodborne tarot card set that I was interested in getting. But I think it's sold out now. It was really cool. But yeah, I think like Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, 3. The story's good. It's not bad. But Bloodborne is where the story actually was interesting. That's where From Software... I mean, I haven't played any of their games before Dark Souls, or I played a little bit of Demon's Souls. But I feel like Dark Souls' story is deliberately vague and not terribly... Like, the lore and the setting and the world building is all tremendous, but the story is very, very basic, right? It's not terribly deep. But Bloodborne storytelling is really quite good. I really liked the progression of the story in Bloodborne. It felt like the world... I don't know, there was just something more cohesive about it, something more enrapturing about the way that Bloodborne did its story. And then, of course, when we go over to Sekiro, they made the story a lot more of a heavy focus. So there were more explicit dialogues between the protagonist and the NPCs, whereas in Bloodborne we were still a silent protagonist, which I do enjoy. Sorry, excuse me. Aren't wizards non-binary? I don't know, are they? I mean, I wrote a wizard character a while back, and there was a point at which I was planning on bringing him back into the stream and having, I guess it wouldn't be him, it would be them. I was planning on transitioning them to non-binary for the purposes of the character or whatever, but I never ended up bringing that character back from my pre-transition days. Some of you will know who I'm talking about. Not huge into tarot, but you've had readings, and when that artist was doing those, I was like, yes, magician, please. That sounds awesome. Don't know why people get so upset over the C word. Well, we could talk about this. The reason that people do get upset over words like "see" and words like "bitch" and other things like that is because, in much the same way that the phrase "dude" or "man" or "bro," etc. are gendered words, they are very strictly gendered words. They are male gendered words. The words, bitch, cunt, etc., which are often used as derogatory, are strictly originated from a feminine root. The word cunt has generally been used as a slang term towards vaginas, generally speaking. And to most people's vernacular, the vagina registers female, registers woman, and all of that kind of thing. So in a lot of ways, it has that misogynistic root. And in Australia, it does have a bit of a gender-neutral connotation because people will refer to people positively and negatively, man, woman, non-binary, whoever. People will refer to anybody by the C word.
Appreciates your recommendation.
Well, so thank you for the host. Enjoy that, Lurk. But its root does stem from a misogynistic origin, right? They're not technically men according to Tolkien. Yes, I mean, I haven't read all the lore of Tolkien. I've only read The Hobbit. But as far as I recall, the wizards of Lord of the Rings are more of like an alien race, so to speak. They're not human. They're not anything else. They exist in a different state of being, and they're not technically men, but in the universe of Tolkien, men are humans. So wizards are not technically humans, not technically men, but yeah. You only call your friends the B word, which is among different social circles, these words might be not offensive. That's the common thing in Australia. There are a lot of social circles who will casually, blasé refer to one another as bitch, cunt, F-slur. I've been around all these different social circles, and there are a lot of people who will just go off the rails with profanities when referring to their friends, which is, if you're among company that gets it, if you're among company that understands that, that's fine. If you start carrying that over to other people who might be offended by that, that's where it crosses a line. You're right, to swing your fist ends at my face, right? That sort of thing. I only read The Hobbit. I've read The Hobbit and I've watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I have not read the Lord of the Rings. I want to. My ex has got a copy of the trilogy and I would like to read it. I think my daughter is going to read it soon. I might start reading it to my kids, actually. That might be an idea that we could do. Excuse me. Anyway. Yeah, Australia, where you call your mates cunts and your cunts your mates. But yeah, wizards are definitely portrayed male in that series. Most certainly. Yeah. But yeah, they are the Istaril, and there's only 5 of them. How do you donate? If you type !tip in the chat, it should come up with something. It's either you could do this, you could do this, you could do this. Is that one? I've got so many. Is donate one? Donate to a good cause. Abby's booze. Are you ready for this? The books kind of drag at some parts. I'm sure they do. And that's the good thing about being able to translate those things to a film medium, which I think worked really well for the movies. Like, they're obviously very popular movies, and a lot of people hold them in incredibly high regard for really capturing the essence of the books. But for reasons I can understand as somebody who's read The Hobbit, that book did not need 3 movies. It just did not need 3 movies. But they did another trilogy because of money, of course. They dragged it out, they padded it out, they added new characters, they added new settings, new events. They greatly dragged out certain events to make them go for longer. I read The Hobbit, and it does not need 3 movies. If I make a tribute from California, and even here, despite what many try to say, dude is a gender term, and dudette is the feminine equivalent. Exactly. I mean, and no one's, maybe in California they do say it, but generally speaking, a lot of people have this attitude towards dude being gender neutral. And even if you say, well, dudette's also a thing. And there are some people who do go, hey, what's up, dudes and dudettes? And they're referring to just, whatever. And I, hey!
A little under the table action never went astray.
Thank you so kindly, J-Salt, for the $18.92 the Boob Fund. You absolute legend, you. Is that going to update? I don't know if that's going to update. It should. That should update. I think. Hopefully. But I think, yeah, because of the prevalence of the term dude in common, let's just say Western slang, a lot of people have adopted it as gender neutral. Which is fair. I will concede that is a fair point, considering most people do use it as such. Including, what am I trying to say? Including women, I suppose. Possibility there's the targeted DDoS attack as well. A router restart should fix by renewing your IP. Oh, okay, interesting. That might be a thing. Because there was... Let's bring this up really quickly, actually. Let's jump off the dude thing for a second. What? No, we're still plants glitch. I did my photosynthesis today. Did you photosynthesize today? I just... If you missed what Glitch is talking about, on Friday, check my YouTube channel. There will be a video covering the thing that we watched yesterday that my mind has not yet recovered from. Hello, darling. Came up with friends and you want to make sure you mention it. Yes, let's look this up really quickly. What is it called? Twitch. There was a recent Twitch bot attack thing that was going on. Specifically, let me think. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Was it this? I don't know. But there is an extension I have on Firefox by Commander Root. I'll need to find it. But there have been bot attacks on numerous streamers recently. And the specific thing that's happening is people are going to those bots' pages to try to ban them. And what's happening is anyone who goes to that bot's profile will get their IP snatched by an extension, right? That's on that person's page. So you can have like panels, extension panels. There's a smudge. Anyway, but anyway, and like the IPs get sent off to a private Discord server apparently, for some nefarious purpose. Don't know what it is, but I'll reset my router after this stream. I think we might be okay generally to get through the stream, and then afterwards, I meant to do it last night. I forgot. I'll remind myself at the end of this stream. Or you folks, if you stick around for the whole stream, pester me. Say to me, Abby, reset your modem, because my router does have dynamic IP, of course. Most of them do these days, and as a result, it's kind of pointless. I believe I read somewhere that the person who created the extension and has thus been orchestrating the attacks has said they are pointing out a security flaw in Twitch's systems, which, fair, if Twitch ends up fixing it, that can only be a good thing. But the fact that it's happening in the first place and causing a bunch of strife for a bunch of streamers on the platform is not good. How you doing, Cade? Gotta turn your stupid heater off. Plant thing reminds you of a book you read in school as a wee lad about some kid who created some formula to make humans into plants who photosynthesize. It's 3 a.m. Look at the little nose. Look at him, little nose. Hang on. Where is it? No, not that one. Look at him's little nose. Sorry. Have to have 100% of profits from Twitch. I should. Saw an exploit by the scheduler. You can load up a PHP script using inline CSS to load a background image, but actually does the IP grab. Yeah, I heard something similar to that. I'm not sure about the finer details, but effectively there is something they're doing on their pages, on their profiles, that is tracking IPs and sending them off to this Discord server, and yeah. Boob cam, I mean, this camera's pretty booby as it is, really. Like... It's not possible for Twitch to check every code commit from every extension. That would be insane. They could put in some checks and balances, though. It's a clever little exploit. The baby is cute. Him baby. We started the stream out with him playing with the laser. Where is it? The laser, yeah. This thing, which looks like a little cat. That got his attention. As soon as I picked it up, He knew the exact sound of the specific plastic. He knows the clicking sound. He knows all of it. Like, check this out. Like, come on. No? Oh, the Manolia thing. There he is. Hello. Let's look up the Manolia thing. And that might give us some more details, and then we can that might give us some help. Yeah, so this I think we glanced at this, but we didn't look at the finer details of it. Okay, so this is getting ridiculous. So this is what the example is. Manolia, Twitch test raid, temp account, Twitch setup tool, bunch of numbers. Someone testing a Viewbot to sell, most probably. There was somebody who had... I'm sure somebody had a link to exactly what's going on, but anyway. Don't go to their profiles, because it's very likely they are phishing bots. So do not click on their links, do not click on their names. Manolia followed me and I thought they were a real person. I ended up stopping by their live stream to check them out and show them some support back, but they ended up pulling IPs on stream and doxing people. Highly suggest you block them if you don't want your streams to get sabotaged. Get a VPN. That's a thing. Recommend not clicking any profiles of new viewers or followers that are obviously bots for a while. Also, if you are a streamer, if you go to Commander Root Tools, if you look up Commander Root Tools on Google, there is a follower bot remover. I'll bring it up really quickly. Let me just bring it up. There is this thing you can do, which I think it's in Block List and Ignore Manager. There's an option in there. Give me a second to just log in via Twitch. Make sure it's all hunky-dory, mate. It's going to take forever because it's going to load all my blocks. Alright, never mind that. Basically, you can go into the block list manager and there is Commander Root has a list of known bots that keeps getting more bots added to it all the time. So you can automatically block their accounts and they can never attack your stream. Good evening, LHP. How you going? Best thing is to just not visit people's profiles unless you know they're a legit person, which hopefully conversation helps. If you need to ban someone, just use the /ban command. Exactly, yes. You should never need to go to their profile to ban them anyway, but I mean, some people do go to profiles to report them or to block them or to anything like that, so to protect yourself at the moment, don't bother doing it. You might end up in trouble. Well, not in trouble, you might end up having some risk on your account. No script can block things? Well, that's good. That's good. But yeah, like I mentioned, there's also an extension by Commander Root on... Or is it an add-on on Firefox? I don't know what they're called. But there's an extension on Chrome and Firefox that allows you to... let me see if I can find it. Blah, I can't type. I'll find Commander Root's Twitter. So I'm pretty sure Commander Root has posted about... Here we go. So here's the thing. I've seen a lot of concerns in regards to Twitch extensions leaking your IP address when visiting a channel. This is why I created a browser extension which lets you block all default, all except allowed, none except forbidden extensions. Chrome version is also currently in review, and I will let you know once it's released. There we go. So there you have it. That should help out a little bit, but still, just to be on the safe side, do not go on any of these different places. Don't go on people's different profiles and such. Just to save yourself the hassle, save yourself the trouble. Anyway, do not use free VPNs. A lot of them are actually malware. Do not use any browser hide IP extensions. Read their reviews for reference, because it's just not how it works. Yeah, exactly. If you want a nice VPN, there are people who do reviews. Use NordVPN. I should probably get one, realistically speaking. Given that I am an online content creator, it would probably be a good thing for me to invest in. But, nah, I'm lazy. Oh, well, the Commander Root did, in that tweet, if you scroll down, the Chrome extension did get approved. So you can get it now, you can download it now. Or you should be able to, I think. That's what I was interpreting from that. But anywho, neither here nor there, I suppose. That was completely off what I was planning on talking about, but I mean, we might as well get that out of the way, because I've been meaning to mention that for a while now, because Twitch has been having a bunch of botting issues recently. A bunch of view botting issues, a bunch of follow botting issues, a bunch of botting issues. But yeah, I like the very reason I have all my follows turned off at the moment. My follow alerts in chat, my follow alerts on screen, they're all turned off because we kept getting harassed by thousands of bots at a time, and I had to just keep shutting them down. Hello, Mr. Tugin. How you going? What's the news? What's happening? Speaking of the news, should we do some news? Should we do a bit of news? Should we do a bit of the news? Actually, I have a fun thing. I have a fun article that I found. This is from like last year, but it could be fun regardless. This could be fun regardless. Quiz: who said it? A gender critical Redditor or the Daily Stormer? Right? Here's a thing. Do I just click on the answers and it'll tell me? I think it's an archive. Okay, it's archives. All right, so it's a quiz, and there's all these different answers. This is gonna be great. This will be fun. Let's take it. Let's do a poll thing, shall we? Okay, so is it a TERF or is it a Nazi? One thing I've learned doing this blog, these many years, I think that's words. Is that hate looks like hate no matter what kind it is. Misogyny looks like racism, racism looks like anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism looks like homophobia. While these different forms of bigotry aren't identical by any means, they do share many of the same tropes. A misogynist complaining we live in a gynocracy. Oh my god, what? Secretly controlled by women, a gynocracy! For example, sounds a lot like an anti-Semite peddling some updated version of the protocols of the Elders of Zion. This honestly just reads very similar to the whole idea that there's some transgender agenda controlling all the mass media, despite the fact that there are tons of people who are transphobic in the mass media. I've also learned that these varieties of hate sound remarkably similar even when they're being promulgated by people who ostensibly are on opposite ends of the political spectrum. The transphobia promoted by women who consider themselves both radical and feminist sounds a lot like the transphobia promoted by those on the far, far right. Which is still relevant now. There is an actual article, I think I linked it in my Discord, that talks about the fact that there are... Oh, no, actually, you know what it is. You know what it is. You want to know what it is? Let's find out. Give me a second. There were a thing. This is interesting. On the same subject of the thing, Glinner, we all know who Glinner is at this point. Graham Linehan, the disgraced television writer, whatever you want to call him, who wrote I think it was Black Books and The It Crowd and stuff. Wants to promote a largely Nazi website because it hates trans people as much as he does, but wishes it were a bit less obviously Nazi. I was somewhat... Hang on. I need to do a voice that would probably sound like him. I was somewhat uncomfortable with Jennifer naming Kiwi Farms as they have been so impressive in collecting receipts on some very dangerous people, but she is more familiar with the site than I am. I think Kiwi Farms does amazing work, but it's not as useful as a resource because some of the comments are so grotesque that it just looks like Stormfront or something. They should do a spin-off site properly moderated for hate speech and show people what they have. It would be like the WikiLeaks of the trans scandal. I couldn't resist, okay? Anyway, any chance to poke fun at that idiot, I'll take it. It's like a British Homer Simpson. Anyway, where were we? The transphobia promoted by women because... Yeah, there we go. I'd like to illustrate this last point with a little experiment in the form of a quiz. Take a look at the quotes below. Some are from the gender-critical subreddit, Reddit's main forum for trans-exclusionary radical feminists. All of them garnered multiple upvotes from other gender-critical Redditors, with several getting well over 100 upvotes. By the way, gender-critical subreddit has been banned as of sometime last year. This was published in January of last year. And the gender-critical subreddit and all other related TERF subreddits, as far as I'm aware, or at least a big portion of the most notable ones, got banned for hate speech, obviously. There are still a bunch of subreddits on that website that are pure hate speech. So Reddit hasn't completely cleaned up. But I mean, whatever, I don't care. The rest of the quotes are from articles in the neo-Nazi internet tabloid The Daily Stormer, one of the most gleefully bigoted sites on the internet. See if you can tell which quotes come from which of these two sources. The answers are below, or you can just click on the quotes which are linked to their sources. A. The wise people in the UK government think that someone who is so mentally ill that he mutilated his body into looking like a parody of the opposite sex is fit to practice medicine. So, I want to ask you folks. Is it... We'll do a 1 minute poll. Question A. Is it Nazis or is it TERFs? Pick. I don't have like a... How's the music sound? The music volume's pretty low. Let's turn that up a little bit. There we go. Is it Nazis or is it TERFs? You've only got a minute, folks. Vote now. Get your votes in while you can. He's Irish. That's correct, yeah. Can you see the poll or is it not showing up? Are we getting such lag from Twitch that no one's voting? Missing the third answer. Well, yeah, true. Someone has to vote, though. No one's voting, or at least if you're voting, the results aren't showing up for me. We got 1 for Nazis. Wish my allies weren't so blatantly fucking Nazi instead of keeping their Sieg Heiling in the privacy of their own home. There's a bit of a... Yeah, I think there is a bit of a delay, isn't there? That said, please let me go get mine into mine comfy clothes. Can't vote on me, that's alright. We'll skip the polls then. I'll just ask you, and you can post in chat. A or B. Oh my god, the next one. I just read the next one. Okay. Whatever. So it's a tie. Let's find out. Let's find out, folks. Together. Oh, I meant to open it in a new tab. It was the Daily Stormer. UK woman pretending to be a man gives birth to baby conceived with sperm from a man pretending to be a woman. Goodness gracious me, they're just out and out about it, aren't they? Oh my god, it's like a piss take. It's like a parody. If there were... When was this posted, by the way? 2019. A female to male trans man and their non-binary partner have had a baby born in Brighton, England, assisted by a trans doctor and a female to male trans woman sperm donor. The polls aren't going to work, so we're just going to skip the polls. Okay, so the first one was the Nazis. Alright, question 2. Vote now. A for Nazis, B for... A for Nazis, B for TERFs. B. A straight man is well within his right to beat up a trans woman who deceives him completely about their sex before having sex. That's super fucked up. You can't vote. Just type 1 or 2. Type A or B in chat. The first one was Nazis. Actually, I'll scroll up like this so we can't see all the questions. I've already spoiled some of them. So question B. What do we think? The first one was Nazis. What's the second one? Is the second one Nazis or is it TERFs? A straight man is well within his right to beat up a trans woman who deceives him completely about their sex before having sex. That's super fucked up. Just put like either Nazi or TERF in chat. That'll help. Just put Nazi or TERF in chat. If you can... I don't know what the delay is like. Actually, hang on a sec. I could probably check. Although it probably wouldn't work because the connection on my end is like... Let me try this. Okay, so yeah, I'm like... On my end, I'm of course seeing things a lot faster than... what you folks might be seeing them. We got 1 vote for Nazi. Is it just that laggy that you can't even... Is chat even working? Like, is chat even working? That was near instant, yeah. I saw that immediately. Question B, TERFs. We got a few votes for TERFs. Let's find out. Our survey says... Well, it was gender critical, but this has been banned from Reddit. The other one was archived. The first one was archived, but this one was not. But it was from GC. TERFs. Okay. Question C. I've said it before, but any man capable of fucking a wound cavity neo-vagina. Oh my god. Just isn't right in the head. Is it a Nazi or is it a TERF? This is fun. I like this. I wish we weren't having such a delay right now. Is it a Nazi wound cavity? God, they're fucked up. Jesus Christ, these people. It's honestly, I can't even take it seriously. I can't even look at... I can't even be offended by this. I can't even be pissed off at this. I can only laugh at just how ridiculous they are. It's buffering every second. That's ridiculous. What the hell's going on, Twitch? It's got green for me now. I've got green on my end. I don't know why it's misbehaving now. Have a good one, Alexia. Is this a fucking dare? What? The dare is Nazi or TERF. Answer the question, you cucks. Wait, is cuck one of the banned words? Incel, virgin, and... What was it? Incel, virgin, and simp. Those were the 3 words. Remember when there was the whole thing? Well, that's the point of the thing, Kate, is we're guessing if it was a Nazi or if it was a TERF. That's the point of the quiz. Went into buffering spam and you refreshed and it seems fine now. Okay. See? TERF, definitely TERF. Let's find out. Shall we find out? It was gender critical again. The way Tims talk about neo-vaginas. Good lord. I do wish we could go back and, I wish there was a way to go back and look at old old Reddit posts. Okay, question D. Who could have predicted that cutting up a part of someone's body to make a fake parody organ for them would very often cause the fake parody organ to not work properly? Question D. Is it a TERF or is it a Nazi? Pick. Go. TERF. We got 1 for TERF. Oh, this is nice chill content. I like this. Laughing at these deranged idiots. Nazi? Didn't know Neo had a vagina. I mean, The Matrix was a trans narrative, so it could have been. It could well have been just like an outright. I mean, realistically speaking, it is a trans allegory, a trans analogy, the whole movie, in a lot of ways. So it works. I don't think. I mean, I'm still kind of annoyed now that I know that they had planned to make the character of Switch into a gender fluid character. I'm so annoyed that didn't happen in the movie. Yeah, true. We don't know what Neo's AGAB was. TERF, Nazi. All right, we got at least. Let's find out. It's the Nazis. Oh god, what's that? I feel like that was something I wasn't supposed to say. Anyway, it was the Nazis. I'll screen it next. I'll do it like this. I think that was like inside of something surgical, but you can't see what the hell it is. Anyway. The article says that a trans man who had a penis crafted by using skin from his forearm developed kidney stone-like growths inside his urethra. So that's what the pictures were. The tiny stones blocked the 22-year-old Portuguese man from going to the toilet properly. Doctors had no idea how to treat the rare condition, so they were forced to improvise and successfully dissolve them using a laser. Using flesh from the forearm to construct a penis for trans men is the gold standard, but often causes complications, according to medics in case report. Anyway, this is hurting your brain, I know. Okay, question E. That's the point. I'm doing brain-hurting juice this week. I think trans may well be a mass social control experiment, or at least this is one of the serious functions it serves. Is it a TERF, or is it a Nazi? God, the derangement syndrome these people have. Holy fucking shit. Nazi. Could be Nazi. I will say, like, as I'm reading these, I mean, yeah, I get the point of the article, that the far right and the TERFs do tend to carry on the same way, but there are certain little nuances in their language that you'll notice. For example, wound cavity tends to read TERF to me, specifically. TERF, but can't tell. Question E, alright. So we got Nazi, TERF, let's have a look. It was the gender critical subreddit. Again, it's banned, so we can't go there. It was TERFs. It was TERFs. Which, that one specifically definitely reads TERF to me. Trans may well be a mass social control experiment. Like, I've heard that a lot from the gender criticals. Question F. So out of curiosity, to get into the mind of a trans girl, I thought I'd... Well, this kind of spoils it. I think... Let me reword it. So out of curiosity, to get into the mind of a trans girl, I went to certain websites and regretted it immediately. Most of them are toxic places full of egotistical, perverted men enforcing porn-like stereotypes. This one feels obvious. TERFs or Nazis? If you could see the whole question, it spoils it. Like, it just spoils it outright. I'd browsed some of their websites, and I regretted it immediately. Most of them are toxic places full of egotistical, perverted men enforcing porn-like stereotypes. TERF or Nazi? TERFs are generally not anti-Semitic. I mean, there are definitely anti-Semitic ties in TERFism, is the thing. there are a bunch of people who have collated information that suggests a lot of transphobes generally lean anti-Semitic, and there's a lot of anti-Semitic ties and tropes in there. Turf, you're absolutely right. The question actually says, to get into the mind of a trans girl, I thought I'd browse some subreddits. And the moment I saw subreddits, I was just like, it's the gender critical subreddit. Anyway, moving on. Hello, Vamps. How you going? Question G. Pumping children with hormones is worse than any form of child molestation. There are a lot of people who get over being molested as children and move on with their lives, but no one is ever going to get over having their endocrine system completely destroyed by injections before they hit puberty. Which, by the way, that doesn't fucking happen. Anyway, what do you think? TERF or Nazi? 100% TERF? Question was, pumping children with hormones is way worse than any form of child molestation. Oh my god, I just realized how nefarious this is. I didn't even think because I was just reading it matter-of-factly. But they literally just said there are a lot of people who get over being molested as children and move on with their lives. No, they fucking don't. I'm sorry, no, they fucking don't. Listen to me very, like, let me just put this out there to you. No one who has been molested as a child gets over it and moves on with their lives. They live with that trauma till they die. Okay, I'm sorry, like, I don't care where you're from. You cannot make that statement. Holy shit. We got a few TERFs, we got a few Nazis. I think it's a majority TERF. Let's see. It's it's the Nazis again. Tranny sex book for teens celebrates blowjobs by 6-year-old boy is the name of this article. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking god. Nazis. Some of y'all need to chill. Okay, so that one was Nazis. Question H. There's only a few more questions left and then we can move on to something a little bit nicer. Like Jacinda Ardern said things. Anyway. They fucking try. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of people who have been abused, they do their very best to get over it. But I guarantee you, no one just gets over it. They do not get over it. I mean, hell, I have a few very distinct instances of being mistreated by certain people when I was a kid, but I was never like technically abused, so to speak, in that, you know, much more serious manner. I've had adults like grab my arm and yank me and stuff like that, and I've been screamed at, obviously. Like, I've had very, very mild levels of abuse as a kid, right? And even just that shit sticks with me. Even just that shit has an effect on me, right? So if me just having my arm grabbed and dragged to the car by my mother's then boyfriend has an impact on me, like 15, 16 years later, then the much worse shit isn't just, people aren't just going to get over it. I'm sorry, sweetums. That ain't how that works. Yeah, you can live with it because people are strong, but you don't just get over it, exactly. You know, someone who was molested as a child, they seem okay enough, but if you get to know them, yeah, you can see the trauma. You can just tell, and there are a few people I've spoken to who've dealt with CSA, and some of them are open to talking about it, some of them are just traumatized, and that affects their behavior and their mannerisms. Hello, Izzy. How you going? How's streams been? 12 years later and your instinct was fight or flight? Exactly. It does not go away. Broke his jaw. I mean, poggers. We get some poggers in chat for that. The abuse doesn't even compare to CSA and you're not fully over it? Exactly. Any level of trauma will stick with you. Anyway, let's move on. I just, like, that's a whole thing to ramble about. Anyway, Bruce Jenner's surgeries have made... Oh god, I said Bruce. I shouldn't have. I'm gonna start again. Rewind. Pretend that didn't happen. Caitlyn Jenner's surgeries have made her a misogynist caricature of a woman. The Vanity Fair image where she is dressed up in a stereotypical feminine attire with plastic surgery that has made her look like a mannequin. Good job, liberal feminists. This is what you've spawned. A mutant man who pretends he's a woman. Is that a Nazi or is that a TERF? So what do we think? Yeah, child sexual assault. Or child sexual abuse. Yeah, one of those. Yeah, CSA is just a nicer way of putting it, so you don't have to say the whole thing. What do we think? So they refer to Caitlyn Jenner by their dead name, talk about the Vanity Fair image, where she is dressed up in stereotypical feminine attire with plastic surgery that has made her look like a mannequin. Good job, liberal feminists. This is what you've spawned. A mutant man that pretends he's a woman. Or she's a woman. I'm stumbling over this with the misgendering thing because the article's, like, the piece is written that way. TERF or Nazi? What do we think? I feel like the specifically misogynist, the word misogynist is in there. And that reads gender crit to me. That reads... You're thinking it's Nazi? We got 2 TERFs. B. What do you mean B? Just say TERF or Nazi. We got 3 TERFs, or we got TERFsy. So we got 2.5 TERFs and 1.5 Nazis. It was the gender criticals again. It was the TERFs. Has been banned from Reddit. Hilarious. Okay. This one's a pretty straightforward one. TERF or Nazi? If a man cuts his dick off, he's still just a man. What do we think? Sounds based. I mean, I've heard of men cutting their dicks off, and like that are not trans people, that are not trans women, for example. So what do we think? TERF or Nazi on that one? If a man cuts his dick off, he's still just a man. TERF or Nazi? And then we got one more question. TERF. We got 1 TERF. Nazi. If a woman undergoes bottom surgery, she's still a woman. Exactly. Yeah. Women can have penises. 2 TERFs, 1 Nazi. If a man cuts his dick off, he is still just a man. If a trans woman gets SRS, she is a trans woman. Exactly. And I mean, having SRS is not a prerequisite to being a trans woman, though. But, you know. TERF, Nazi, TERF. Okay. We got a few TERFs. It's Nazis. UK doctor gets fired after saying he wouldn't call hypothetical bearded man madam. God, they just go out of their way to spread hatred, don't they? These people used to be the biggest empire in the history of the world fewer than 100 years ago. Good Lord. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, I'm not going to read the articles by the Daily Stormer. Final question. No, this is a fun one because I was talking about the trans athletes on Twitter earlier. If you're a woman athlete and you just got second place to a fellow woman with a bulge between her legs, do the bare minimum and show us that it actually bothers you. TERF or Nazi? That one's got to be TERF. I shouldn't influence your opinions. I'll let you decide. But that one just you decide. TERF or Nazi? Some of these questions feel like they're pretty obvious. How did I even find this? I don't even know how I found this. You're the only one that is borderline triggered that the TERFs occupy the term gender critical now. No, I am upset by it as well because of the fact that it gives them an air of legitimacy. Like, anyone who's been paying attention realizes that it's not legitimate. Anyone who's been paying attention to the movement realizes it's not legitimate. Like, gender critical is a cult, right? It's a cult behavior. All of the things that they do are cultish behavior. TERFs, GCs, whatever they want to call themselves. They're very, very culty. Very, very insular, a bunch of echo chambers. They literally follow each other on Twitter. Not even kidding. You go to any TERF profile, they've got thousands of followers and they're following thousands of accounts. They just literally F for F each other. They don't... Anyway, that's their community. Imagine being that bothered that a woman has a penis. I know, right? 100% turf. Oh, hang on. It might not be. It's the Nazis. College Athletic Conference names man pretending to be a woman female athlete of the week. How much more proof do women need that men are better at everything than they are? Oh my god. June Eastwood, a biologically male athlete. Why do they have to use that term? And runner at the University of Montana, was named cross-country female athlete of the week at the Big Sky Conference. Finished second in a field of 204 runners at the Santa Clara Bronco Invitational at Baylands Park in Sunnyvale, California. Wow, that one actually got me. I was wrong. I thought that would have been the Turfs. That was the Nazis. There we go. But yeah, you're right. Turf Nazi in 2021. What's the difference? And again, this comes back around to the thing with Glinner a minute ago. Like we mentioned earlier, Graham Lennon, a notorious gender critical, is now saying that Kiwi Farms collects good resources on very dangerous people, referring to transgender people. This man, who has gone out of his way to take a bunch of screenshots of transgender people, including, on at least one occasion, Graham Lennon stole photos of a teenage trans woman, so before she had transitioned, and plastered them all over his social media to drag that trans woman. He took photos of a teenager, like I think a 14 or 15-year-old at the time, before she had transitioned, and used those to spread abuse to his pretty significant audience. You know what we should do? Let's have we can look at this. Let's have a look at the Wikipedia page for cults is pretty long. Let's not use that. Let's use something a little bit more punchy. Because okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this for a minute. So the reason that I, and I think a few other people, are adopting the term cult for gender criticals, GC cult, is because the gender criticals, the TERFs, like the term TERF has become to them it's become a slur. To them it's become an issue. They don't like being called TERFs anymore. It's got a negative connotation. Broadly speaking, society looks at the word TERF and they think negative. So they've tried to migrate over to gender critical now, which is not a new term. That's been around for a while, but they are trying to get away from the TERF label. Some of them still brand themselves as TERFs proudly for some reason. But there's a nice little article on The Atlantic here which gives you a few little hints towards cult-like behavior amid the TERF community, amid the gender critical cult. And the first one is they oppose critical thinking. Like, you cannot rationalize with these people. You cannot reason with them. You cannot show them the evidence. You cannot show them the proof. They refuse to be criticized, which is highly amusing considering they call themselves gender critical. And the other reason, TERF is not new. No, TERF's been around for a while. I don't know when TERF came up, but it's been around for a while. But like we've talked about before, that, you know, being trans is obviously a real thing. Being like the science, both the biology and the sociology, the gender theory, supports trans people on a huge scale, right? And gender criticals, like the way that they view this, the reason that, number one, they oppose critical thinking, is that the science has evolved since their archaic viewpoints, since the things that they've been taught. We're talking about TERF, Slade, which is kind of just all I talk about these days, I feel like. We'll do some news soon, I promise. The reason they oppose critical thinking, I'm trying to get this point across, is that the science that they quote is from like the 1970s, right? And they cannot, like, they have this idea in their heads, and numerous other people have these ideas in their heads who are not TERFs, just people who are generally transphobic, or people who've got certain ideas about certain scientific things, scientifically backed up things, scientifically backed up ideas. They will criticize that science under the basis that it's just some radical new ideology, right? That it's not based in any sort of reality, it's delusional, it's nonsense. They legitimately believe that science was just locked down at some point and no new information is allowed to be talked about. No new information is allowed to be brought to the discussion. So you'll notice a lot of the gender critical types are from like, well, generally speaking, when we see gender critical types or TERF types, they tend to be around J.K. Rowling's age, I've noticed. So when they were in school, it was quite some time ago, and they were probably learning things in school. And by the way, the schooling system is not perfect, so they might have been in certain schools where they were only teaching certain things because of the curriculum. And they might have been taught about like a very strict gender binary of male and female. Or maybe there is a lot of seeming crossover between Christianity and TERFism, it seems like. So I would argue that a lot of these TERFs and GCs are, what do I call them? Do I just say TERFs? Do I just say TERFs? Gender critical cultists? So a lot of them have already got this idea in their heads because that, you know, there's only two genders. You can't change your gender. You can't change your biological sex. All those kind of things, which, you know, there are numerous sex-based characteristics that we can change, like my hormones, for example. My hormones are specifically female. Unfortunately, TERFs and the right are having a field day with the whole CWC incident and drama. Oh, I am not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. And there was another thing that... let me look it up really quickly. There was another thing. I can't find it right now. I don't know what it would have been. Where was it? This thing. I'll just bring this up really quickly. Is there anything creepier than adults wearing t-shirts for toddlers from today's trans rights protest? This is from Glenna's blog. It's a trans person wearing a Sylveon shirt, and I really want the Sylveon shirt. I've got a little baby Sylveon behind my you know what? Since Sylveon's a trans mascot, it deserves a better place on my stream. Can you sit there? Can I get you to sit there? Without falling over? Ta-da! It's hidden behind chat. But we have a little Sylveon. There we go. I prefer feminism appropriating reactionary transphobe, but, you know, either one works. Let's put you there. Can I put you there? Or, like... where can I put you? Like, you don't sit properly. There we go. We got Sylveon in the shot. Anyway. Yeah, this is funny. Katie Montgomery's tweet. How big do you think toddlers are, Graham? It's a Pokemon shirt. Pokemon came out in 1998. The people who all like it are like 30. It's literally an adult-sized t-shirt. And I think somebody actually linked the shirt in the comments. Here it is. If you folks want to get yourselves this Sylveon shirt, because I totally want to. There we go. Get it. Get it. Pokemon's not even for toddlers. Like, Pokemon was a show designed for, like, a show and series designed for kids like my daughter's age. You know, anywhere from, like, 8 to 12. And the kids that grew up on that were my age. Like, I was that age when Pokemon came out. I got super into it. The show, at least. I started to get into the card game. Never really got into the video games. I do kind of want to go and play one of them, but I think just because they're turn-based, I don't like them very much. I love the art style, and I love all the different characters and all the different creatures, all the different Pokemon themselves. But I never got super into it. But anyway, where were we? Yeah. So we established that TERFs do not think critically, quite explicitly. Hang on a second. The music's a bit loud. Let me turn that down just a tad. Are we liking the lo-fi vibes tonight, by the way? That's something. Anyway, so we established that TERFs dismiss new science in favor of archaic ideas of science, and they tend to use biological essentialism. They will say if you're born with these chromosomes, these hormones, these gametes, they go to gametes. If you're born with this genitalia, your muscular structure, like they keep picking they nitpick at every single little possible biology, the bones, the bone density, like they drive me up the fucking wall. They just keep, like, you disprove one thing, or, like, honestly, just genuinely speaking, has anyone ever determined their attraction to a person based on their chromosomes? Thank you for the hydration, by the way. Oh, yeah, baby, you've got such hot chromosomes. Show me those 2 X's. Like, what the fuck? And that's the thing, right? This is kind of, we'll jump ahead a bit, dishonoring the family unit, another argument used by transphobes, specifically gender criticals. They use the, amusingly, they use the argument of reproductivity. Is reproductivity a word? You know what I mean. They use the argument sometimes that people are being sterilized, they can't have children. They argue that, trans women cannot give birth, or that trans men who give birth are actually confused lesbians. It's always the confused lesbians. They're stealing our lesbians. You didn't care about the lesbians like 20 years ago when you hated gay rights, you fuckwits. Phrenology for her. Anyway, yeah, like they have this very specific thing about, if you are able to birth a child or not, Draco, yes, what's up? I just like Sylvia because trans. Drives me up the wall. Oh, I think I know what this is. I think I literally thought about this meme today on my walk. Never gets old. Never gets old. Fuck, I love it. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, so another thing that I have noticed TERFs tend to do, isolating members and penalizing them for leaving. There have been a few people who have either shared vaguely gender critical thoughts or... No, you know what? There was a thread that I saw. I think it was on Reddit. I think it was a thread on Reddit, and then there were comments from Twitter because it was like screenshotted, posted to Twitter, and then people on Twitter were responding. And this person posted like a lengthy post, like, I'm sorry, I've been a transphobe, I have been such an asshole about it, I got really sucked into the gender critical thing, and I finally woke up, I finally realized how wrong I was, and yada 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 yada. And yeah, somebody screenshotted that post, posted it on Twitter to TERF Twitter, and there were a number of people just absolutely, A, berating the living shit out of this person, or B, claiming that it must have been fabricated by one of the transgenders to seek to discredit the gender critical cultism, right? So that's another thing, isolating members, penalizing them for leaving, or just claiming that posts like that are not real. This is interesting. Emphasizing special doctrines outside scripture, like that's specifically relating to like religious cults. I think we can extrapolate today in this day and age that cults are not specifically religious sects. They can be ideological cults that are a different thing, which is why people are calling gender critical a cult. So we can skip the scripture thing. You saw that post? You said, yeah, it was fucking bad. Good morning, Ink Frog. I hope you're doing well. Another thing that pisses you off, if you don't have a child, you are less of a human. Exactly, yeah. Like, if specifically, if you're a woman and you don't have children, they see you as less of a woman. They think, and like, they very specifically, like a lot of the gender criticals, this comes back to the dishonoring the family unit thing, right? They have this very specific drive towards protecting motherhood explicitly. Like, being a woman means being a mother. It's kind of hilarious and depressing how regressive their movement really is once you start to break it down. It's so backwards. I can't imagine. This is what shocks me. A number of TERFs that I've seen on social media claim to be leftists, and I just think you cannot claim to be a leftist if you are about an explicitly regressive mindset like that, like saying that a woman should be in the home cooking for her husband and children, and birthing 12 children in the space of 2 years. Like, I'm exaggerating, duh. Women don't birth litters, neither do trans men, neither do non-binary people. But I think there have been a few instances of people birthing like 4 kids. How the fuck? Anyway. You wanted to ask a question that's unrelated to the current topic? Go ahead. The obsession with reproduction, yeah. And like, that's the 14 words for her. Oh my god. That's the thing there, right? The obsession with reproduction is another Nazi talking point, right? Like, we watched Tucker Carlson interviewing this guy who is transphobic, and between the two of them, they were specifically talking about the fact that the more trans people that are being out and proud in the world, they're being sterilized, and they're not having children, they're not birthing for the sanctity of the white race. Oh shit, did we say that out loud? Like, that was the thing, right? Is they keep going on specifically about birthing. They're going to reduce the birthing rates. Oh no. It's not like you don't have millions of orphaned and... what's the other phrase? Orphaned children and children in foster care who are not taken care of already. It's not like there's not millions of children in abusive households that could use better care. Why do they need to... Why do they specifically care about more children? You've got enough. Trust me, you've got enough babies. Same with the anti-abortion thing. Labour in the UK is for them, which is why you resigned as an LGBT officer and left the party. There you go. Generally, cults these days take pointers from right-wing religious aggression, but regarding a non-religious belief. Bingo. Exactly. So when you state that recently passed laws allowing doctors to discriminate against queer patients, so it's not entirely unrelated, and you have a doctor's appointment coming up, you're tempted to go in there with your pride bracelets on as a sort of idea to refuse me service on this grounds, but part of you wonders if that's a bad idea. It might be. I'm just worried for your safety in that regard. Afternoon, Twitch feels a little different. Why does Twitch feel a little different, Spark? Shall we continue? Excuse me. Shall we continue? This one's a particular one. Seeking inappropriate loyalty to their leaders. Which, obviously, the fascination that a lot of TERFs tend to have with, obviously, J.K. Rowling, people like Helen Lewis. Is it Helen Lewis? No, not Helen Lewis. I think Helen Lewis was the one that got fired from Ubisoft. Helen Joyce? One of them wrote... Yeah, Helen Joyce wrote a book recently just called Trans, I think it was. Has she? Yeah. Was that the one? First book, Trans When Ideology Meets Reality, is the book that she wrote. Excuse me. Yeah, like they'll take these particular notable people as their leaders in their movement because those people do tend to lead their movement. And you got folks, obviously, like J.K. Rowling, for example. Maya Forstater, especially. And then, of course, we got like Helen Joyce about the transgender rights movement. I'm kind of annoyed that even... I mean, I guess that makes sense, transgender rights movement, but that does kind of... The Wikipedia article does kind of frame it as a political thing, which it technically is, but it shouldn't be. Joyce states that the book is about the idea that people should count as men and women according to how they feel and what they declare instead of their biology. Describes that this gender identity replacing sex and says this has far-reaching consequences. That's not what's happening. This is so absurd. It's not replacing sex by any stretch of the imagination. This is another thing. That they try to stretch the truth so far that they end up breaking it. And then we got a few other points that are specifically relating to like scripture and doctrine from the church, which are not really relevant to this. But, you know, gender criticalism is a TERFism, is a cult, it's a bad thing, it's not good for people. Because so a few people have made the point recently that quite explicitly gender critical ideology, this culty nonsense, tends to have a pretty negative impact on your brain in a big way. Like, you'll notice certain people have switched to GC ideology and all of a sudden they start spreading a whole bunch of nonsense that's kind of just watching someone go off the rails a little bit. Like, I've seen a number of people come out in support of gender critical cultism and they start sharing other things that, again, lean very fash. They'll still claim themselves as leftists for some reason, but they're leaning very fash. I mean, that's not to say that there aren't leftist fascists, I suppose. Shared the trash references from the book in the Discord feed. Yeah, you did. You did. Let me have a look. Helen Joyce Somebody did this. Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find it. There's, of course, a hashtag called I Stand With Helen Joyce. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't find the specific... Oh, is this it? No. No. I can't find it. But yeah, somebody... Like, you did share the sources. If you could share them again so I could bring them up, it would be rather amusing. But, you know. Got up early to mod, then you got distracted and forgot. Well, how are you doing, Phage? I hope you're well. I feel like you wouldn't be attacked as much as I'd just be asked to leave, but you don't know. Literally never talked to your doctor about those things, and he seems very old-fashioned. Was my family doctor. My mum, brother, and grandma all see/saw him. See-saw. Sorry. Only thing you're thankful for is that even the local TERFs refused to elevate Judith Collins to leader status, despite her desperation to be it. Who's Judith Collins? I feel like I know that name. I've noticed all of the TERFs have really old-timey names. They've got really boomer names. Oh, here we go. This is actually relevant. This is... Oh, my... Okay, this is a good segue. Back from your birthday thing. Welcome back, Fox. I hope you're well. This is actually quite relevant. Okay, so, two things. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern doesn't rule out parents facing charges under conversion therapy ban. Okay, good. You know. Give me a second. Okay, so Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern isn't ruling out parents facing prosecution for preventing their children from taking hormone blockers under a law banning conversion practices. The potential for parents to face charges under the law is the reason National voted against the legislation at first reading, but Labour's huge majority in Parliament means it doesn't need support from other parties anyway. Under the law, performing conversion practices intended to change or suppress someone's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression could result in a prison sentence of up to 5 years. The legislation impact statement reads, it would be a criminal offence for parents or other members of a family to attempt to change or suppress sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression of children within the family. National stood alone last week as the only party to not support the law after Justice Minister Chris Fafoy was repeatedly unable to confirm if the conversion therapy ban applied to parents telling their kids not to take hormone blockers. Excuse me, sorry, I'm sniffly. Ardern, when asked by reporters on Monday to set the record straight, was also unable to give a concrete answer. Look, these are issues that they're absolutely able to raise and questions they're able to raise, she said. Does it remove their ability to support this bill continuing to be discussed and debated at Select Committee? No, and I would have hoped they would have done so. Ardern was asked to confirm if parents could face charges if they prevent their children from taking hormone blockers like national MPs have suggested. Well, look, from the description of our law, you have to demonstrate that there has been willful desire to suppress someone's identity, that it's affecting someone who's both underage and seriously harming them before a prosecution can be laid. It would have to be approved by the Attorney General, she said. The bar is very high. Ardern was asked again to confirm if the scenario National proposed could happen. My view is what's been thrown up here is one example that in my mind could be worked through at Select Committee to see whether or not that is a legitimate concern, she said. I'm challenging them to come to the table at Select Committee to work those issues through. That seems to me to be a very unlikely scenario. The Greens, ACT, and the Maori Party all supported the legislation through its first reading to then hash out any concerns during the Select Committee process, but National voted against it to highlight its concerns for parents. Well, here we go, like, I will not support parents being criminalized for being parents. Looks like this is the that whole thing. Look, every other party in Parliament signed up to vote for it in the first reading, Leader Judith Collins told Magic Talk, but I'm buggered if I'm going to vote for anything that criminalizes parents trying to give advice to their kids. So they're immediately, like Judith Collins is immediately trying to assume that any parent who tries to talk to their kids about this kind of thing, like just to talk to their kids about this kind of thing and maybe, advise them on it, perhaps. Of course she's jumping to the most ridiculous conclusion, just saying that any parent trying to talk to their kids about this stuff may be expressing concerns, but they're pulling this idea out as far as they possibly can to make it seem as illogical as possible. When the bill reads, like was mentioned earlier, the bar is very high, right? Like, you're not going to get arrested for talking to your kids about their gender presentation or their sexuality. And that's exactly what people like Judith Collins want to they want to push that idea that if you dare to even question your child on their sexuality or gender, that you could spend 5 years or more in prison. And that's simply not what's going to happen. Okay? Just going to adjust this. I think that's right. I'm so shiny. Why am I so shiny? I'm very shiny tonight. I don't remember putting this much highlighter on. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Where were we? Collins said National took a different approach to make its position known. It's already going to select committee. We've only got 33 votes and there's an overwhelming majority to get there. But we want to make it really clear to the government and their anti-parenting type behavior, again, think of the children, and anti-parents, frankly, that we will not stand by and allow this to happen without making such a song and dance about it the whole of the public knows. No one would be talking about it now if we hadn't stood up for parents. Arden said she found that disappointing. I'm hugely disappointed that would be used as a rationale to not support this bill when the National Party knows full well that the intent of the bill is, for instance, to try and prevent the suppression of someone's sexuality or gender identity by forms from everything to exorcisms to some even more extreme forms of treatment. I was surprised that the National Party chose not to support this bill at first reading because it so clearly is directed at addressing an issue that we know exists, that's been raised very legitimately by our rainbow community, and that seeks to protect particularly those young people who we see as a higher incidence of mental health issues and self-harm. I hope that over the course of the select committee process that they may change their position. So yeah, they're really just trying to be contrarian to this. Why am I so shiny? They're really just trying to be reactionary. That's all this is. That's when people like Judith Collins, and yeah, you're absolutely right. Why are they such ghouls? We shouldn't really attack people for their appearance, but honestly, I'm beyond the point of giving a fuck about their feelings. Sorry you look like that, madam. The bill's likely to pass. Nats and Axe will be say no segments of Labour too, but they should have enough with Greens and the Maori Party. Yeah, it seems like that. Need to powder up if you don't want to be shiny. I think I need to find a different kind. I've got a setting spray, but I think I did put a bit more highlighter on certain areas, and then, or concealer, put more concealer on like up here on my nose, my cheeks, and once I put the highlighter on, it just made me glossy, which is like, whatever, I don't care. At any rate, so let's have a read of this one. National Party MPs say they are staunchly against gay conversion therapy practices, but stand by opposing a bill banning them because of concerns that parents could face prosecution. So they are not against gay conversion therapy practices, given that the bill is very specifically against gay conversion therapy practices. If you were against gay conversion therapy practices, or just conversion therapy in general, you would support this bill. You have no reason to oppose this bill other than to just try to stifle it in Parliament. That's all it is. Are crop tops cool? Of course they are. Hell yes. I'm going to vote on a poll in my own stream because I'm allowed to. The bill was supported at first reading last week by all parties except for National, even though its position was similar to ACT's, which supported the bill to select committee in the hope it would be improved. National decided to vote as a caucus, even though some of its MPs, including Chris Bishop, would have preferred to support the bill at first reading. Bishop's voting preference was made public after he sent a private message over Twitter that was subsequently published. Yeah, me too, Bishop said in a reply message to a message saying, hated your vote on conversion therapy. Today, Bishop said it wasn't a message he intended the public to see. Well, duh, it's a private message. It's disappointing that private conversations are being leaked out. He wouldn't say whether he was comfortable with how he voted. Sorry, I don't have the article up. I'm confident we can get the bill into a position where caucus can support it. National abhors the practice of conversion therapy. It's unscientific, it doesn't work, and obviously has a terrible effect on particularly young people in our rainbow communities. We want it banned, but we've got to make sure it's being done the right way. I mean, good. Good. That's the ideal situation, right? Alex, how you doing? Screenshots of the references are in the newsroom. I'll take a look shortly. Wait. We would like to support the bill, but we can't do it when the government can't even answer the straight question of whether parents would be criminalized for trying to advise their 12-year-old not to take puberty blockers. That's where things get tricky, because you're looking at a situation there. And I mean, 12 years old may well be an age that they might prescribe puberty blockers. Which is, fine. We've established before that puberty blockers are not a thing that is going to irrevocably destroy your child's biology. Right? But yeah, they can't even answer the straight question of whether parents would be criminalized. It would, I think this would be a situation where it would depend entirely upon the circumstances. Based on, to Prime Minister said yesterday that prosecution in that scenario would be very unlikely. I think that would definitely bleed into an area of parental abuse, right? Where they're not just saying, "Oh, honey, maybe you shouldn't take that medication." It would be more of a situation of the child would be facing an abusive home environment, in which case a criminal prosecution would extend beyond just conversion therapy practices and would lead into other offenses, based on my interpretation of this. Collins said that wasn't good enough and denied she was scaremongering by repeatedly asking questions about that scenario. We're not going to support parents being criminalized for trying to tell their 12-year-old they're worried about them taking puberty blockers. I will not support parents being criminalized for being parents. Like, this is the thing. If a parent just says, "Oh, I'm a little bit concerned," and the child says, "Well, I still want to go ahead with it," and the parents are just like, "Well, okay," then those parents are not going to be sent to prison. Duh. Crop tops are absolutely cool. Hello, Chloe. How you doing? Look at this crop top, by the way. Oh, yes. I'm tempting fate here. Look at this. I'm tempting fate with this button. I'm wearing a bra. Anyway, I should be fine if the button comes undone, but I thought, let's be a bit spicy. You can't stop me. I'll wear what I want. Anyway. One button, I know. I could have done the whole lot of them up, but then I undid the top ones and I was just like, well, hang on. I mean, that's cute, but I gotta show the abs a little bit. Anyway, which it doesn't really work when I'm sitting down, like when you look at it. No, that's the wrong one. It doesn't really work because I get muffin topped. Ew. Oh my god. I think I've got like, do I have loose skin? I was never that big. Now I'm nitpicking. This is a reason I have an eating disorder. Anyway. This looks hot. It is. It is. Oh, the stream has been stuttering lately. I think there are some issues on Twitch. So my connection to the servers must be the problem at the moment. In my personal opinion, I don't think it's me. I don't think it's on my end. I've checked everything. Yeah, everyone gets it sitting down like that. Even people who've got like just a washboard stomach still get the flab. They still get the rolls. And I'm not completely flat stomached because I cannot maintain my diet. I'm really lousy. But anywho, yeah, it's really bad. It's been like this last night. It's been like this the night before. Oh, we'll check the references shortly. We've gotten heavily into turfdom tonight. We've been talking a lot of turfdom, which was not really my intention originally, but excuse me. Let's continue. I will not support parents being criminalized for being parents. Sort it out, and then we can support it. But again, like, I think, like Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern said, prosecution in that scenario would be very unlikely. Parents being criminalized for trying to advise their 12-year-olds to not take puberty blockers, right? That's not really what conversion therapy is. This is a ban against torturous practices, right? So it's a ban against like exorcisms. It's a ban against electroshock therapy. It's a ban against psychological torment to try to change a person's gender identity or sexuality or things of that nature. So, you know. I think that they want to leave the door open for the slippery slope. Will you please just talk to our pastor? Hey, would you be willing to attend a retreat next weekend for questioning youth? We've got a 4-week intensive course next month for congregants struggling with gender identity and same-sex attraction if you'd like to come. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. And then it gets bad. Like, have you seen, was it Jesus Camp? Was it Jesus Camp? I think it was Jesus Camp. Yeah, 2006 American documentary film about a charismatic Christian summer camp. I don't think I ever actually watched this. I only heard about it. Where children spend their summers being taught that they have prophetic gifts and can take back America for Christ. According to the distributor, it doesn't come with any prepackaged point of view and attempts to be an honest, impartial depiction of one faction of the evangelical Christian community. And generally speaking, a lot of people have the stance that it depicts these Bible camps in such a way that they are effectively abusive to children. I might actually watch this and get back to you. I might actually find it somewhere on the internet. This is the one. I might give it a watch so we can talk about that. Because we know those practices never went anywhere. You know, it's becoming more and more unacceptable to have those camps where they send kids away and they just screech things at them and they bear down on them, you know. There's some footage from it that's really, really distressing, where there is this like youth pastor kind of guy, and he's just like beating these kids with all of this, not beating them literally, but he's screaming at them in the microphone. And all the kids are down on their hands and knees, and they're like praying and they're crying, and you can tell that they're not enjoying this environment at all. I can't remember the specifics of it, but it's very heavily Christian fundamentalism taken to its logical extreme, indoctrination and all of that kind of thing. It's really frightening to watch. And that's exactly what happens in these conversion therapy camps sort of things. You know, they want to psychologically manipulate you into thinking things that feel untrue to yourself, thinking things that do not feel adequate. The possibility of some form of possible prosecution in the case of stopping your child from taking puberty blockers is absolutely fine, by the way. Exactly. Judith doesn't even realize she's trying to protect the actual local cults that force conversion therapy on kids. I think she does realize it. Have a lot of respect for Chris. When you came out as gay on Facebook, you had some of your so-called friends attack you for it. He personally DM'd me asking if I was alright. Wait, Chris? Which Chris? Trying to ban conversion therapy in Norway, but the shitlibs keep blocking us because they're afraid to lose the handful of fundy votes they get. Well, yeah. That's unsurprising. Let me fix my earbud. Alright. The bill, would introduce two criminal offences. One for performing a conversion practice that causes serious harm, and one for doing so on an under 18-year-old or a person lacking decision-making capacity. Any prosecution had to meet the definition of a practice and would need to be signed off on by the Attorney General. Do you mean this, Chris? Is that what you mean, Rooster? Do you mean National MP Chris Bishop? National Party Whip Matt Ducey said parents should face prosecution if they seriously harmed their children. I mean, yes. He said voting against the bill at first reading didn't meant the party supported conversion therapy practices. If I can be clear, as the party's mental health spokesperson, there is no way we would support gay conversion therapy. National MP Erica Stanford said how she wouldn't say how she would have voted if it had been a conscience vote. Yeah. It's not something I'm willing to talk about. I'm part of a united caucus, and that's the way we voted. I always have been a massive supporter of the queer community, and I've made it very clear that I do not support gay conversion therapy. It's interesting. MP Nicola Willis rejected the idea that the party was implicitly supporting gay conversion therapy by voting against the bill. National opposes conversion therapy, and I want to get a very clear message to young New Zealanders, whether they are gay, transgender, non-binary. I support your identity. I support your right to express it. Bishop, Ducey, Stanford, and Willis were among the MPs who wore rainbow ribbons supplied by the party's youth wing at the party's conference at the weekend in a show of support for banning conversion therapy. At the weekend, Green Party co-leader Marama Davidson said National's position on the bill was hypocritical. Why didn't they just support us at first reading instead of playing politics in a way that actually continues to harm people who are already struggling to be seen as valid parts of our families and communities? That's quite a despicable approach to politics. I mean, they're right-wingers. Who can be surprised? Greens co-leader James Shaw added that National MPs who wanted to support the bill should have just crossed the floor. They should have just had the courage of their convictions. They look like they didn't have any moral compass or any convictions. There we go. If you take umbrage with a bill that seeks to criminalize conversion therapy, we know what you're really saying. Like we can read you. We can understand what you're getting at. She just doesn't care. The fact that it's taken Jacinda this long to get to banning conversion therapy 4 years after promising it kind of shows how little she cares too. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, I dare say there's probably a fair bit of pushback against that kind of thing, and that's why it would have taken so long, but still, it's not really a justification there. Currently reading a Czech article about a Romani communist guerrilla fighter in World War II Czechoslovakia and how he survived pre-WW2 racist society and WW2 extermination practices of the Nazis. Why did I say WW2 when World War II was quicker? According to the article, his character finally started to break the racist attitudes of white Czechs against the Czech Romani to the point where he was convincing Czech evangelicals to become anti-racist. Poggers. Family are like old and shit and don't believe in being non-binary, so they don't use they, them, and or Cade. And sometimes they make fun of my name by calling me things like pickled onion. What the fuck? This is not a good thing for me to say. Punch them! No, don't really. But, well, Jesus, like, really? Pickled onion. What the fuck is wrong with them? Jesus. Why? How hard is it to be kind to people? I don't know. And this is like family. These are family members. How difficult could it possibly be to be kind to your family members? I swear some people legitimately resent those they've brought into the world. I mean, I don't know which specific family members. How can you resent your children that much? Or how can you resent, siblings or cousins or anything to such a point that you want to deride them and cause them harm? Why would you want to do that to your family members? I don't get it. I could never get it. I was raised in an empathic household. I realize not everybody was. I was raised by a tremendous woman who instilled values of love, compassion, empathy, understanding. And I've had my own struggles with parenthood. Don't get me wrong. It's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to raise a family. It's not an easy thing to do it as a single parent. But I can't imagine being that kind of person to just mock and deride your children. I'm going to assume you can correct me. I'm just speaking broadly here. Correct me if it's certain other family members. But yeah, it's just it's so disheartening to hear that kind of thing. Anyway, let's get rid of those articles. We've done those ones. Hello, Vanna. How you doing? What's going on? We're talking about family, transness, queerness, conversion therapy, and so on, etc., etc., etc. Can I just say my makeup is shit tonight? Am I allowed to say that about myself? Am I allowed to deride my own makeup? I don't like how it turned out. Look, it's not the best. I wanted something more vibrant, and it just turned out shit. I wanted that hay fever look. Home growing up was only communicating via yelling. Yeah, it's not good. It doesn't help anything. And I am a parent who does get stressed out, and I have yelled at times. I won't lie. And I'm actively working on that all of the time. I'm trying more and more and more to be calm and rational and understanding with my kids. I realize what brings them joy. I realize what brings them love and empathy. And I want to focus on those things. I want to focus on the things that bring out the best in them and the best for them. And yeah, I've been in these households too. As growing up, I've been in numerous different households where the family dynamic is just so toxic. And I struggle to fathom it. Again, as someone who was raised in a very positive household. And I'm like, I can't. I don't know. I know it exists, and it brings me a lot of pain to realize that it exists. As someone whose childhood was good, even if it was just mostly a single parent upbringing, which, at least my kids by contrast, have got both of us in the picture, effectively part-time each, but we're both always there, so to speak. Yeah, it's let's not make perfect the enemy of good. What do you mean by that? Mostly because your mother's from the Balkans, and well, it's cultural. Dad was cruel to me, and he wonders why I see my stepdad as my real dad. I mean, I've heard that story a bunch of times too, where the real dad leaves, stepdad steps in, and stepdad takes up the mantle, which is really good. I've seen that with my friends, my best friends, couple of lesbians. So you got my best friend and then her partner, and I got to witness them both parenting my best friend's son. Both of them had a very clear respect for the boy, right? And they were able to both teach him good behavioral patterns and instruct him in ways go tidy your room or something like that, in such a way that it was not derogatory. It wasn't speaking down to him. It was treating him with respect. Both of them understood that. Both of them understood where their authority lies and when to not tread over that boundary, while also showing him empathy and love and compassion and listening to him and getting him. That's the kind of parent I aspire to be. And in my personal opinion, my makeup looks good. Okay. True. I see. Let's not make perfect the enemy of good. Okay, I get you. I get you. And I unfortunately had the situation where it's like, my dad's always been sort of in the picture. He's been the occasional dad. And unfortunately, like, the stepdad character that's been throughout my life, and the few others, early on, none of them were any good. So even if my dad's not perfect by any stretch, he's still dad, and I still appreciate him for who he is in my family. I still don't know what his stance is on the trans thing, which is weird though. Like, there's this weird dynamic with my dad where he doesn't really communicate a lot of his feelings. He's very... I get the suspicion he, like me, is autistic and has trouble expressing his emotions. Has trouble confronting, like, deep personal stuff. So, I think I've told you guys the story. When I came out, my sister and me were sitting on the couch and Dad's just sort of standing there in the living room. And my sister says, so by the way, goes by Abby now and is presenting as a woman. And Dad's just like, oh, yeah, your half-sister sort of told me, she's been seeing it on, like, Instagram and stuff. And that was it. Like, it's not something we've... There's no deeper analysis. There's no deeper conversation. Just like, oh, yeah. All right. I'm like, do you have any issue with it? Do you want to talk about it? I feel like I should have had a conversation with him at some point about this, and it's just kind of like, nah, like whatevs. Parents are very much the pray the gay away type. That's, oh god, that's not good. Very not good. And I'm sorry to hear that, Vanna. I feel like that we could do a bit of pathologizing of why certain people think that. I mean, if they're pray the gay away types, I'm going to infer religious, generally speaking. And a lot of people are religious, and a lot of people, like the video we watched yesterday, which I'm still mentally recovering from. My brain has not coalesced back into the proper brain shape. It's still a goop in there at the moment, but the way those two men were talking in that very essentialist manner about like gender and sex and all those kinds of things, and the way they were mocking it and making fun of it, like they had been raised in very obvious Christian households, Christian upbringings, in an evangelical sense. In a fundamentalist sense, they had been taught that this is the way that God has ordained the world, and thus you cannot change your sex, your gender. Being gay is seen as a sin, and if we just pray to God enough, it'll cure the gay. And to that end, I feel the same way, like just at a glance, Vanna, the pray the gay away type, says to me that their views are so unchanging because they've been told that that's an unchanging thing, or that the only way they can change things is to pray for a different outcome, to pray for a different result. And that's a very distinctly difficult habit to break. The person who might be confronted with the reality that their child is gay or what have you, and they want to be the pray the gay away type, if they want to change their attitude, they have to want to change their attitude. You know, they have to be able to see it, they have to be able to see their own toxicity and say, oh, this is a thing I need to change. You know, did you miss anything? I don't know. When did you leave? They said I was an abomination towards God. Yeah, that seems like a very, very deeply entrenched kind of sensation. Like, they can't just shake that off. Like, I have spoken to queer folks who've said to me that their parents were the pray the gay away type. They were the kind of people who were just like, oh, God has said that it must be between a man and a woman. Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, yada, yada, yada. And I think, like, some of them have told me these stories of their parents where the parents were actually good people. They loved their children. And for that reason, they decided to do a little bit of research. They decided to do a little bit of study. Actually, now I'm thinking of Tell Me Why as well, which is, we were getting into that. I should play that again. We should definitely finish Tell Me Why. But yeah, like, I've both read stories of parents who've sort of, would you say, recovered? And I've had at least one person tell me the same kind of story, which is really uplifting. It's like they don't really shed their religious views, but they take the effort to understand their child and understand why they can't change it, and they learn to accept it. Didn't Adam just do it with his rib? Yeah, Adam and Eve is a transition story. I don't know why they keep going on about that. Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. You're literally clamoring onto a magical mythology. Calm down. This is what baffles me today about the people who are very obvious Christians who are also going on about biology. I'm just like, hang on a second. Hang on a second. You're going to say to me... You're going to say to me you believe God created everything. But then you're going to go down the route of lumping science into that. I thought science was against religion. I thought science conflicted with God. Which is it? Anyway. God made Adam in his image, but originally Adam was both masculine and feminine. Actually, self-cest? Isn't the Old Testament pro-incest too? More than likely, yes. God separated the femininity from Adam. There we go. When I was younger, my brother used to say to me that I'm not gay, and I'm sure he was hoping that would work. I'm sure he was hoping he could just convince you that you're not. Excuse me. Which honestly reminds me of a lot of the things I used to tell myself. You know, I used to be so deeply indoctrinated into the masculinity thing that I was convincing myself on a daily basis to be as masculine as possible, to try to repress my truth, you know. So that's another thing to factor in. Like, some people end up with this internalized homophobia and or transphobia and repress it in such a way that it actually does get embedded in their heads in a toxic way that just reinforces all of this bad shit, which can lead to horrific outcomes. We know that. Also said in the Bible that cotton and fish is a sin, but you don't see Brenda giving up her shrimp or ankle-length skirts yet. Hello, Skylar. How's it going? God is intersex. God is unfathomable as a fictional character. Literally a scene where this man and his two underage daughters were the only survivors of Sodom and Gomorrah. And so the daughters got their dad drunk and banged him to produce heirs for him. What a great moral story for the kids to learn in Bible school. Just great, just awesome. In Sunday school. Tremendous. Oh, goodness me. Why is my internet still being a fuck? I hate this. Or why is Twitch still being a fuck? What's going on? What's happening? I hate this. I don't like looking at this. Joseph Campbell has a really interesting section in that in A Hero with a Thousand Faces. Joseph Campbell, I know that name. God when someone is a pedo, God when I kissy kissy go. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the fish thing is a sin. In the same way that like pork is considered to be a sin in, is it Islam or Judaism? I forget which one it is. But pig is considered to be a sinful meat in one of those major Abrahamic religions. Hello, Space. How you doing? And like the reasoning, like, which is somewhat logical actually, is that pigs are filthy, you know. But now we have methods to clean the animal's meat or what have you during slaughter. Wasn't because it's pro-incest, it was to show that people need to look beyond what they know. All they knew were those towns, and instead of traveling, they acted like idiots and decided to trick their dad. Wanted those heirs for themselves so they'd have someone to take care of themselves in old age. Anything that comes from the sea that isn't fish. Oh, yeah, that's right. George Lucas ripped off Joe Campbell for Star Wars. I don't know who Joseph Campbell is. Getting your new ID picture taken today. It's the first since you trans. Fantastic. Heck yes. I've got my my ID photo has been changed on my license. It's so good. When I open my wallet and whenever I need to pull my license out for something these days, I'm ecstatic. It's like, yes! I get to show people that I'm a pretty girl and not the old photo. There was a good few months there where I had to open my wallet and I'm like, ew, gross. I don't want to see that. Pork is considered unclean, but you find it odd that fish would be a sinful since Jesus fed. Yeah, no, I don't think it's fish. I think it's shellfish. Isn't it shellfish? So stuff like clams and what have you. God hates me. Hello, bunny. But we love you. We love you, and that's more important. How are you doing? More the fact the pigs don't sweat, so they rid themselves of toxins. Oh, they don't rid themselves of toxins. Yeah, yeah. Wasn't the tale of Sodom a don't rape angels thing? God, have you guys seen Biblical Angels, though? I want to replay Bayonetta on the subject. I'm sorry, I just, been thinking about Bayonetta recently, and I'm like, I should just chuck however many bucks added on Steam and buy it. How much is Bayonetta on Steam? Such a good fucking game, dude. Lots of biblical angel representations in there. I should just get Bayonetta 2 on Switch, which comes with Bayonetta 1. Because I just love Bayonetta. It's just so fucking good. Look at this shit. Look at that. Look the fuck at that. What is that monstrosity? That's an angel, sweetheart. That's a fucking angel. That's what that is. It's such a good fucking game. And it's super poggers. Anyway, sorry to get distracted by Levidio's game. The entire Sodom and Gomorrah thing is 100% fucked. Oh, it is. Shellfish. Trout is fire. Shrimp isn't allowed in Judaism because it used to go bad without being stored properly. You're good. You went home early from work yesterday because you were sick, so you came in early today to try and make up the time. So you're chilling by yourself. Very nice, very nice. Nice and cozy, nice and chill vibes. I tell you, some of the best times I had when I used to work at a job. I used to work at a traditional job, or when there was no other staff there. Sometimes I'd get pulled in for really early morning cleans, and there was just no one there. And I'm just like, I have an entire supermarket to myself. I could just go and steal a pack of snack-sized Mars bars and go to town. They had cameras. I couldn't do that, but I could. I could probably get away with it. Joseph Campbell basically invented TV tropes. Oh, really? This is Renaissance angels for anyone. Oh my fucking god! I love it. I fucking love it. Oh, dude. That's fucking great. Ah, cos. Or some say cosm. Do you hear our prayers? As you once did for the vacuous rum. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes. I don't think I got the whole dialogue correct there, but Mikolash.
Oh, majestic!
A hunter is a hunter even in a dream. The biblical ones need to say, be not afraid. What a patient cat. I know. What a chill cat. Hey, DeFreak, what's going on? If you want Nightmare Fuel, read up on the description of angels from way back when. Yeah, I know. They're fucked up. Biblical angels are fucked up, and it's great. I honestly, I love the depictions of biblical angels in, fucking video games and shit. Look at it. It's ridiculous. They're ridiculous. They're supposed to be mind-breaking creatures. They're not supposed to be pretty and beautiful, just gorgeous, 10-level women humanoids with wings. That's not... They're obscene. They're unfathomable. That's the whole point. Grant us eyes. So there's a thing in Bloodborne. Just browsing around. I hope you're having a good one. There's a thing in Bloodborne, right? The School of Mensis. If I'm remembering my Bloodborne lore correctly, there is the there is the Bergenworth College. Sorry, there's the Bergenworth College, and they had a very they believed they could gain more insight to understanding the world on a deeper level, on a more eldritch understanding. They wanted to gain the higher knowledge, right? And they believed that by planting eyes on their brain, they could actually attain that level of insight. Some of them were consuming the eyes. Some of them were literally surgically planting eyes on their brains or inside their bodies and things of that nature. And during the boss fight with Mikolash in The Nightmare of Mensis in Bloodborne, he says the line, "Grant us eyes." And that's supposed to be a reference to that whole thing. I think there's a good video by VaatiVidya, I think it is. Is it Bergenworth? Might be Bergenworth. Not IGN. Fuck off. Is it Lance McDonald? Hang on. Let me look it up really quickly. I'm sure there's a VaatiVidya that goes into the lore of Bergenworth. There has to be. I'm sure I've seen it. Bloodborne story explained. The old hunters. Prepare to cry. Sullivan. Bloodborne Vaati. Bloodborne Mikolash, maybe? The cut content of Bloodborne. Someone's done a video on this, I'm sure of it. I mean, you could just watch, like, Bloodborne story explained in 11 minutes. Who wants to watch that? Thinking from that one guy from Naruto Shippuden. Have a problem. There used to be a politics category, like just chatting. There, it shouldn't be gone. I looked at it before today. It doesn't tend to have a lot of viewers, though. Yeah, it's there. If you go to the politics category, it's there. It's got 55 viewers at the moment. This is what it looks like. I don't stream in politics, even though we do politics, because I just don't see the point. And I get the suspicion, like, the category is mostly American politics anyway. Which we did a bit of New Zealand politics. We've done a bit of... Did we do America? We didn't do anything American tonight, I don't think. We did turfism, which is kind of political. And there is, like, Angus Taylor's response to the landmark IPCC report. I want to do that after we come back from the break. I also want to look at, there's a couple of videos here, Milk and Is This the Beginning of a New Labour Movement by Second Thought. There's a couple of videos there we could react to. But honestly, I kind of want to watch this. I'm now in the mood for Bloodborne Story Explained in 11 Minutes by VaatiVidya. Because I like VaatiVidya. I enjoy VaatiVidya. So I think when we come back from the break, we're going to watch this. But right now, I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, what have you, what, how, who, what, which. Whatever you want, mate. I'm going to turn the music up. I'm going to go take a break. I desperately need to do the whizzing thing in the women's toilets. Because mine's a women's toilet. My son's allowed to use it. Because he's a little boy. But it's a women's toilet. Yeah, it should just be there. Just like Google twitch.tv politics and it should come up in a Google search. Where am I? I'm in Australia. So we're going to do some Aussie politics after we come back from this. I need to pee. All right, I'm going. Running an ad break. Be right back in just a few minutes, folks. Don't go away. I love your faces. Mwah. Be kind to yourselves and each other, okay? I'll be keeping an eye on you from beyond the cosmos. G'day mates, how's it going? I'm back. Did I miss anything? Doesn't look like it. What's happening? What's the his apps? What's the news? What's the fun? What's the happening? Must have been awkward when Calgar came over. I told him just to ignore it. Got a big woman sign. I feel like I should do that, but I'm living in a rental. It'd be amusing though to get a woman's bathroom sticker and slap it on my toilet door. Because I got like an individual cubicle for it. I don't know how many houses have that. Most of them tend to have a toilet that's just in the bathroom. I've noticed when I've been in other people's houses, usually they've got, just a toilet in the bathroom. But anywho, that's neither here nor there. I did miss you, Hellfire. I did. Alright, I want to watch this. I want to watch this just because I love VaatiVidya, and it is always worth reacting to it's always worth just listening to VaatiVidya, honestly. Go subscribe to VaatiVidya. I don't know why you're not.
Your character arrived in Yharnam from a faraway land, seeking a cure for some unnamed illness. You sign a contract, take blood, and become a hunter of the dream, tasked with ending the spreading scourge of beasts. Like many hunters before you, your consciousness is now bound to the hunter's dream.
I know, isn't his voice amazing? Lance McDonald as well. There are two incredibly prominent Australian Soulsborne YouTubers. And Twitch streamers. Lance McDonald is the other one that I know of. There might be more of them. I'm honestly just people like them inspire me to, when Elden Ring comes out, I wanted to do this a while back with Dark Souls. I wanted to do a lore run of Dark Souls, right? And I'm thinking where we stop with every item, every piece of dialogue, every single thing that we can that relates to the lore of the game, and read about it and learn about it and unpack whatever ideas there might be in it. VaatiVidya is, like I've posted in chat there, is the name of this YouTuber.
And you are able to project yourself into the waking
Lance
world
McDonald
of
is the
Yharnam.
other.
At the end of the game, the nameless moon presence
Oh,
descends.
I'm just going to say for a second, I just love that outfit that he's got in his character there. I love that outfit so much. It's one of my favorites.
Is a great one, an elder being that beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. And you're here now asking,
You gotta get Hellfire
why?
Radio, have a good one.
Well,
This
let
is
me
Bloodborne. This is footage from Bloodborne, which is one of my favorite games of all time. Absolutely amazing game. I've got my PS4 here, and honestly, I was considering playing it soon on stream, because I have not played Bloodborne on stream in a while, and I would really like to again. I'd really like to revisit it, because it's just so fucking good. You cannot imagine how good Bloodborne is unless you've played it. It's just so good.
Tell you the story up until this point. It all began in the tombs below Yharnam. Once, what we now call Chalice Dungeons contained an entire civilization. It consisted of the Temerians and the Great Ones. The Temerians were a humanoid race, but the Great Ones were far from it. Each Great One is bizarre, unique, and trying to pin down their motivations as a species or individually is fairly futile. The only thing that's clear about them is this: the Great Ones, like any other race, want to reproduce, but for them, it's difficult. Each Great One appears to be truly unique, and since that makes mating impossible, they impregnate their subjects instead. The Ring of Betrothal states that in the age of the Great Ones, certain Temerians were permitted to bear a special child. This union was a blood contract, our first reference to the blood of the Great Ones. Most of these births failed, but some didn't. At some point, the Great One...
Birth is a huge theme throughout the game, and what's the miscarriage is a big theme throughout the game. I mean, there's that whole School of Menzies as well is a word, like Menzies. What is it? There was a word referring to menstruation, of course, but the root of that word comes back to an older word. And that's, of course, where the Nightmare of Menzies and the School of Menzies were, prominent in this game. We'll probably come around to the School of Menzies soon. But anyway, just getting sober. Minecraft mod. Pfft, yeah, right. Minecraft cannot compare to Bloodborne.
Ones ascended.
I've actually got Bloodborne on PlayStation Plus as well as on disc.
Know this because there are multiple references to some Great Ones being left behind. The the Great Ones moved on to the Nightmare Realm, and the Pthumerians were left alone, destined to watch over the physical remains of the slumbering Great Ones. In time, the Pthumerian civilization fell to the plague of beasts. Perhaps it was something in the blood. Eventually, a group of Byrgenwerth scholars stumbled upon this place, and the events of Bloodborne were set into motion.
Here's what we were
The
talking
scholars
about.
discovered the old blood of the Great Ones, a miraculous substance that made their dream of evolution a reality. The school of Byrgenwerth was headed by Master Willem. An ambitious, yet cautious man, Willem desired to ascend to a higher plane of existence, and believed that the knowledge of the Great Ones would lead him there. On the other hand, one of Willem's associates, Lawrence, believed that mankind could ascend through use of the old blood, the blood of the Great Ones. Lawrence seems headstrong and rash, where Willem advised caution. When we inspect the skull after defeating Vicar Amelia, this is the conflict we see.
No, but you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
Lawrence tells Willem he will always fear the old blood, yet he goes on to found the Healing Church, a faith built upon the miraculous old blood. Meanwhile, Willem remains behind at Byrgenwerth and decides to pursue alternate methods to ascension. Lawrence and his church were central to the power in Yharnam. Perhaps they even built the place. Blood ministers doled out the miraculous healing blood to the populace, and the city evolved to reflect that. People came from far and wide, just like you did, for the chance to be healed. The Yharnamites whose doors you knock on are quite arrogant and proud, and dislike outsiders. However, after the old blood was introduced into the populace, people began turning into beasts.
You stop right there. Not an inch closer.
In response, the church founded the Hunter's Workshop, with
That's actually something that doesn't really come up in Dark Souls. I think that's why the story kind of stands out to me about Bloodborne in a big way compared to Dark Souls. Is right, like most of the NPCs you come across in Dark Souls tend to serve some form of purpose, but there are a lot of flavor NPCs in Bloodborne that are sort of hidden behind doors and other things, where they don't serve a purpose. Like most of the NPCs you run across, at least as far as I can recall of Dark Souls 1, you know, you come across sorcerers, or you come across, like sorcerers who can teach you sorcery, pyromancers who can teach you pyromancy. You come across weapons merchants and other things, and they'll give you a little bit of a glimpse into the story, of course. They'll tell you their little lines of dialogue, but there seems to be very few NPCs who don't serve a strict purpose in some way. Like you've got, say, the Crestfallen Warrior at Firelink Shrine who offers you specific instruction on what you're meant to do, like if you pay attention to what he says. And the only other one I can think of off the top of my head is Anastasia of Astora, who only speaks to you after you restore her tongue in Dark Souls 1. And her technical purpose is the Keeper of the Bonfire. So when she's killed off and then you resurrect her, spoilers for a 10-year-old game, she gains her voice back, and then she does give you a bit, like she gives you a bit of dialogue, but you know, her purpose is technically leveling you up. Like she's connected to the bonfires, and that's how you're able to level up, essentially, to boil that down. So like there's a lot of these NPCs in Bloodborne which don't seem to serve a purpose beyond just being little dialogues. And I think that's why I like the story of Bloodborne a lot more than Dark Souls. Is there's a little bit more flavor in the world. Also, the world is just much more unique compared to Dark Souls, even though I love Dark Souls' world and world building and stuff like that.
Gehrman at its head. Gehrman's methods defined beast hunting. He abandoned the notion of armor and dressed instead for speed and agility. With a firearm in one hand and adaptable melee weapon in the other, the forces of the workshop became the city's primary defense against the beastly threat. Perhaps the workshop was even a secret organization, for item descriptions note that they worked under the cover of night, and the location of the workshop was certainly difficult to find. In time, the workshop would be abandoned in favor of the black and white church hunters. Perhaps Gehrman's workshop failed in keeping the scourge a secret. Perhaps the church required a more intimidating approach. Whatever the case, the hunters were fighting for something, and it wasn't just to keep the populace safe. Turns out, the Hunter's Workshop was just one of 3 branches of the church. The others were the choir and Mikolash's school of Mensis. The choir existed to continue the work that began at Byrgenwerth, namely the pursuit of insight by way of communion with the Great Ones. The choir's work eventually led them to an audience with Abritas, a left-behind Great One.
This is all like it's probably a bunch of gibberish to anybody who's not familiar with the game, hey? What do you think so far? Do you enjoy this? Have you played Bloodborne by any chance? If you haven't, it's just kind of spoiling the story. But again, Bloodborne's main experience, like with Dark Souls, is primarily that the gameplay is the focus and the story is secondary. So you kind of need these videos, I think, if you want to really understand what's going on in the games. Is there a game I regret playing or watching other people play? Ooh, good question, actually. Very good question. Trying to think. Let me think. Time Shift. Did you ever play Time Shift? It came out quite a while ago. I think it was like pre-2010. It was a first-person shooter which had some really interesting time-bending mechanics. But I finished it in one afternoon. I got to the end of it and I was just like, wait, that was the ending? Like, I fought one boss. I did one boss fight at the very end. And the story just sort of ground to a halt. Time Shift felt like it was going somewhere, and then it stopped. It's like the story was just starting to pick up a little bit. We're just starting to get somewhere, and then it just... done. You're finished. Roll credits. 4 or 5 hour game. Not very long at all. I intensely regret playing that. I intensely regret being excited for it in particular. You know? Because like back then, you know, I had a tendency to get excited for games. Had a tendency to look forward to games. I don't these days, generally speaking. There's very few games aside from Elden Ring that I get excited for. You know, I don't get myself hyped for games. But yeah, that was one of the ones back when I actually did care about playing games. To a grand extent. And sorry, I'm just like picking at my keyboard here. There's dust stuck in these crevices and I want to get it out. Gross. Can you get your gross out of my keyboard? What about you folks? Are there any games you have played, either to completion or not, and regretted it? I mean, I generally regret a few of like the first-person shooters I've played that are like competitive games, where it's like I just feel like I've wasted my time. Even Fall Guys to an extent, I kind of regret getting into it because it's one of those games where it's kind of just fruitless to play it. I can't get into those games where the mindset behind them is keep grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding and to get more shit. You know, I kind of can't stand that. I like my games to have a finite ending, I think. Did he mention great ones? They are Lovecraftian. This is an example of one called Ebrietas. But yeah, the great ones from Bloodborne are these very big eldritch monsters that are, generally speaking, the kind of thing you would expect Lovecraft to be describing as these unfathomable cosmic beings with power that we don't understand. You know, you see quite a few of them throughout the game. League of Legends, yeah. No Man's Sky probably falls into that same bracket, although there is an ending, technically. But No Man's Sky is definitely a game that you play long form. It's not a game you try to rush to the ending. It's a game you just keep playing. I mean, by the same token, though, like I do like Minecraft. I do like other similar games where its intention is to just be played for a long time. But I guess I specifically dislike games in that competitive, grindy sense, where it's like you're playing it, but you're not really getting anywhere. You know, you're playing through all of the same content over and over again, not going somewhere. Spinning your tires. You saw people playing a Silent Hill game and you regretted it because you couldn't honestly get 2 things out of your head for 4 days. What was that? When you say Silent Hill game, do you mean PT by any chance? FF13 you only spent $5 on renting it, and even that felt like you paid too much. I mean, I have a number of those from when I was a kid, and they had game rentals. I still miss those days, though. But I remember those days where I would go rent a game for like $10, $20 or whatever it was, which was ridiculous. You know, some games, if you wanted to rent them for one night, it was like $10. For 3 nights, it was like nearly 20. And then for a week, it even got higher than that. And I'm like, Jesus, I might as well just buy the fucking thing. And there were a number of games that I rented and I was just like, this is not good. But I miss the Blockbuster experience, honestly. I miss going into a physical location and being able to browse the library of games on display and library of videos, movies, whatever, TV shows, etc. Like, I do miss that. I'm kind of sad that it's gone away now, just for good. It was such a nostalgic point of my childhood, teenage years, early 20s. You know, I really, really liked that atmosphere. And now it's never coming back. We're never going to see that again. I think there's like one video shop near me that's like an independent owned thing, but it's not the same. I know that sounds bad to say because it's someone's small business, but it isn't the same, you know, because you'd have to go out of your way for it. You know, it used to be a group social activity, I think, and maybe that shop isn't even open anymore. Take your friends down to the video shop, rent a video, go watch a video. So like one of the last games for Silent Hill. Okay. Well, Silent Hill's pretty popular. I'm fairly well aware of Silent Hill, but I've never played any of them myself. Is there a reason you regretted it? Oh. Crying part demon baby in the sink. Well, that's from PT, if I recall correctly. And then Mama, who evidently became some demon monster thing attacking you. It was like a house ran by a cult family. So that sounds like two different games. That sounds like I haven't played any of the Silent Hill games aside from a remake of PT on PC, which was a fan-made thing. But the second one sounds like Resident Evil 7, actually, which may have the same baby in blood crying in the sink for all I know. I haven't played it. But near as I can recall, like Resident Evil 7 seems to have a lot of similarities to PT. In that it's that creepy first-person perspective horror game, dealio. If someone told me I'd seen God, I wouldn't believe. I wouldn't believe them, generally speaking. There's very little evidence to suggest a God actually exists. You know, I would need to see it myself. I need to understand it myself. Is the thing. I'm fiddling with my hair for some reason. Well, we're not going to watch the rest of Bloodborne's story explained, sadly. Did we want to watch Milk? There's a few other little like actual politics related stories here if you folks wanted to go through those per chance. We got one about Trump when he had COVID, which is interesting. Mary Trump has commented on Trump during his COVID outbreak that he had, his COVID diagnosis way back when. And there's also this one in particular kind of strikes me as interesting. A fact check. Angus Taylor's response to the landmark IPCC report. The Minister for Emissions Reduction claims Australia can be proud of our efforts on climate change. We cut through the spin. You need to register. I'll do it later. Fuck off. You need to register to keep reading. No, I don't. Piss off. The landmark assessment by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the world's leading authority on climate science, has found that human activities are unequivocally heating the planet and causing changes not seen for centuries, and in some cases, thousands of years. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm like congested, sort of. But not really. It's hard to explain. Anyway, in Australia, it found average temperatures above land had already increased by about 1.4 C since 1910, Celsius that is. Annual changes in temperature were now above what could be expected from a natural variation in all regions across the continent. A regional fact sheet released alongside the report said heat waves and dangerous fire weather had increased, which we've seen already. The bushfire season had become longer and marine heat waves were more common. Sea levels were rising faster in Australia than the global average, and sandy shorelines were already retreating in many areas. Australia's Minister for Emissions Reduction, Angus Taylor, released a statement in response to the IPCC report. Here we assess his claims. The IPCC's sixth assessment report on climate science reinforces the need for a coordinated global effort to reduce emissions. The report released today provides an update on the latest physical science on climate change, including the rates, causes, and likely future trajectories of global warming and other changes to the climate system. So far, so good. Overcoming these challenges is a shared responsibility. Indeed, it is. You know you hate those registered signs. What do you mean registered signs? I don't have a gamble thing anymore. I got rid of it. I have an ethical quandary with gambling in all its forms. God is the divine, not a being. What do you mean by the divine, though? Hello, Lictar. Hello, JMM. How's it going? Welcome in, folks. I hope the day or the night or the whatever is treating you well. Australia is committed... excuse me. Australia is committed to achieving net zero emissions as soon as possible and preferably by 2050, and to meeting and exceeding our 2030 commitment we already have, as we already have with our 2020 targets. We're reading about a fact check of Angus Taylor's response to the landmark Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report. Committing to do something preferably isn't a commitment. So Australia has no 2050 commitment, and the government has signalled it is unlikely to legislate a 2050 undertaking, even if Scott Morrison's language firms up before the COP26 in Glasgow. Australia has a 2030 commitment, a cut of 26% to 28% on 2005 levels. The Climate Change Authority has recommended 45 to 60% cut based on a scientific assessment, but that has been ignored. Official government projections released in December suggested Australia was not on track to meet its 2030 goal. The country was likely to be at 22% below 2005 levels at the end of the decade. It is better in relative terms, though still not at the target and far short of what every scientific and diplomatic assessment says we should be doing. Taylor, since 2018, Australia's 2030 position has improved by 639 million tonnes, equivalent to taking all of Australia's 14.7 million cars off the road for 15 years. The government will release updated forecasts ahead of COP26, which are expected to show a further improvement. Under international greenhouse accounting rules, Australia's national emissions are about 20% lower than 2005, a point the Morrison government regularly makes to argue it is doing more than others. One of the drivers of improvement, the COVID-19 pandemic suppressing emissions in 2020. Cheap solar and wind power are having some impact on emissions in electricity generation despite a lack of federal policy to support this shift, though coal still provides about two-thirds of our power. But the overwhelming majority of the cut has come from a reduction in land clearing, forest destruction for agricultural logging and development. Land clearing continues, just not at the historically rapid rate before 2007. The reduction has mostly been due to changes at a state level. There has been no structural shift away from fossil fuels in transport, industry, and mining. If all the water were removed from Earth, it would look like Mad Max Fury Road. Generally. Giant green, rocky, muddy things nobody can find the end of. Should just demand the oil industry to swap now, sod the Saudi princes. I mean, that's what we've been trying to do. By the divide and guess you mean existence itself in the face of all other likelihoods that might exist differently. Why though? What do you mean what why though? About the gambling thing? You regret getting into Pokemon Go? Feel it was a huge waste of time and money? That's how I feel about any game that I've gotten into, that I've, spent a significant length of time on and sunk a ton of money into, like World of Warcraft, for example. I mean, that's one that I didn't even think of. World of Warcraft, I do regret all the time and money I've sunk into it because I just don't play it anymore. But I suppose in the moment, in the same way that, we play certain video games, like people who play Apex Legends for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end, to me that seems like a waste of time, but to those people it seems like something they enjoy. So... any game as a service is a time waster, as money is time. Yeah, I suppose it depends on what you get out of it. Like the equivalent exchange of money and time for your enjoyment, for example. Anywho, but any video game is a time and money waster, technically speaking. Where were we? These improvements are driven by Australian households and businesses adopting new energy technologies at record rates. Australia now has the most solar per person of any country in the world, the most wind and solar of any country outside of Europe, and the highest uptake of household solar in the world. Excuse me. Australians certainly have grabbed household solar and run with it, but the solar surge has happened despite the coalition, not because of any coordinated government effort. You're welcome. In noting the excellent news of Australia's record investment in solar and wind, 6.3 gigawatts in 2019 and 7 gigawatts in 2020, Taylor noted that in May there were challenges ahead. The speed and scale which variable renewables are coming online is causing disruption on a level that we have never seen before, he said. Intermittent generation is causing increasing volatility in the wholesale electricity market. This is making the grid more difficult to manage, creating volatile prices and undermining the retention of less flexible dispatchable capacity. Just for the record, the coalition tried to gut and ultimately reduce the renewable energy target after Tony Abbott won in 2013. That burp sounded a bit forced. It was not. It was not. I couldn't hold that one in. Yeah, if all the water were gone from Earth, it would change the atmosphere. It would be much worse than Mad Max. It would. Yeah, it wouldn't be habitable. We wouldn't be able to like, we could probably predict what it would look like, but we wouldn't be able to live on it anymore. The government's technology investment roadmap is positioning Australia to be a leader in the next generation of low emissions technologies that will make net zero emissions practically achievable. The roadmap will drive $80 billion of investment in low emissions technologies by 2030, and create 160,000 jobs. We are reducing emissions in excuse me, for goodness sake, in a way that transforms industries through the power of technology, not through taxes that destroy them and the jobs and livelihoods they support and create. Technology will certainly help the cause of emissions reduction, but technology does require a context. Clear and ambitious emissions reduction policies are a market signal driving necessary investments in technologies to deliver the goals. Excuse me. But the government's approach through the roadmap has been to select the technologies it prefers. The basis for Taylor's investment and employment claims are unclear. And for the record, no major party is proposing a carbon tax. The carbon policy Abbott repealed wasn't a carbon tax either, despite all the apocalyptic screeching before the 2013 election. Excuse me. Just ask Abbott's then Chief of Staff Peter Credlin. It wasn't a carbon tax, as you know, she said. It was many other things in nomenclature terms, but we made it a carbon tax. We made it a fight about the hip pocket and not about the government, the environment. Oh my God, I can't read. That was brutal retail politics, and it took Abbott about 6 months to cut through, and when he cut through, Gillard was gone. Warms the heart. I miss Gillard. Bring back Gillard. Taylor, we are focused on getting low emissions energy sources to commercial parity with high emitting alternatives to reduce emissions across all sectors of the economy while creating jobs and economic growth. This is a practical approach with global application. Getting to net zero emissions will require a portfolio of technologies, but it's important to note that in many areas there are clean technologies already available and competitive with higher emitting sources. Australia's energy market operator noted in July, for the first time, that renewable generation, complemented by firming capacity, remains the least cost option to replacing aging coal-fired generation. Where are we? I feel like Pokemon Go is more like work than fun, but it intrudes into your normal routines because it's mobile and location-based. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a fun game, I'm not going to lie. Had one game you don't know if you would have regretted. Excuse me. It was a Batman game, but the disc was damaged so you couldn't get past the first level. Well, that's a bit shit. That is a bit shit. Alright. Being in Australia, have I noticed a rise in water level or eroding? I don't pay much attention to the water level, but... Oh, I mean... I've lived in this area for a while, and I have noticed during certain rain seasons it has flooded more than usual. That's not to say that that's necessarily the water level, but I don't really pay attention to the water level around here to have been able to make a solid judgment on that specifically. You know, I don't go to the beach, for example. I'm not a beachy person. I don't go down the lake. I don't keep an eye on that kind of thing, but... There are certain areas I've been to where those areas would not get underwater before, but in the past 5 or 6 years, maybe closer to 8 or 10 years, there have been heavier rainstorms in certain areas, and those like particular roads that are closer to closer to water level have flooded as a result of those rainstorms, which you could say is related. Here's me playing Psyol Fan Club, open source games. There we go. Which animals live near me? I don't know, honestly. I live in suburbia. So, I have no idea what animals live near me. I suppose you could probably argue... I don't know. I really don't know. Let's do some yo-yo. Let's yo-yo, friendo. I know there is a reptile park near me. Or there's an animal park near me. Whoa! And I've seen... I can go and see the kangaroos. I mean... I've seen kangaroos. I've petted kangaroos. Bugs live near. I mean, yeah. Do they drudge the beaches? I don't know what that means. This is important stuff to know, though. Mass algal blooms across the trillions of new inlets soon to exist will suffocate us all before we drown to rising sea levels. Well, that's nice. I like to... That's good. I like to hear that. Want to see the reptile park. It's got loads of cool stuff. Very troubling that we're approaching... An existential crisis with a market mentality. I agree. I don't like the fact that we're looking at this from the perspective of how can we produce more jobs? Fuck the jobs, save the climate. Sorry to be so loud, but Jesus. It should be obvious. Feels like we're being set up for failure. Sophie Curio has warned that green imperialism is the next step. Yeah, I read that Twitter thread, which was really doomerish, but we do still have to maintain some level of optimism, I think, and hope that we can move towards real, serious, radical change, but I can understand why some people are nihilistic about it. I'll find their thread. We'll bring that up. Since it will look more palatable to developed countries than the degrowth and paradigm shift away from capitalism we desperately need, yeah. When they take the cranes to sandbars close to the beach and pull it back to the beach. I don't know. I haven't seen that. I have not seen that, but they may well do it. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. This is a Casey Explosion appreciation thread, which is... I'm just going to retweet that because we love Casey Explosion. Here we go. People have talked a little about the coming rise of eco-fascism. We'll read through that thread in a moment. It's a good thread. But anyway, coming back to this. Australia is driving increased global cooperation on low emissions technologies through new international partnerships with Germany, Japan, Singapore, and the United Kingdom, and constructive engagement in multilateral forums like Mission Innovation. Driving cooperation is a stretch given that Australia's lack of climate ambition is now an international talking point, but Australia has entered agreements with the countries Taylor mentions. When it comes to emissions reduction, our record is one of delivery and achievement that Australians can be proud of. Our technology-led approach to reducing emissions will see Australia continue to playing its part in the global effort to combat climate change without compromising our economy or jobs. This is the thing, is they think that somehow this is a compromise that we need to do. We need to, like he says, without compromising our economy or jobs. Like, we've got to do just enough for the climate that we don't sacrifice the economy. People are going to be fucking dead if there's no climate. So there's not going to be an economy. What's the... Lictar, when I'm out of lockdown and I can go to the reptile park, I would love to do that. That would be awesome. I will contact them and I will see if that's an option that I can do. That'd be really cool. I could show you the tarantulas. They've got Mexican red knees. They have Mexican red knee tarantulas. I want one. But they're not like selling them. Anyway, when it comes to emission reduction, our record of... we read that bit. Let's be very clear about the Coalition's record of delivery. The Coalition repealed a carbon price that was driving emissions reduction. When it did that, it transferred the costs of abatement from polluters to taxpayers. The government tried to gut the renewable energy target. The lack of a clear investment signal has created significant problems in Australia's electricity sector. Much of the emissions reduction the Coalition now claims as an achievement happened when Labor was in government. When Labor proposed a vehicle emissions standard to reduce emissions from the transport sector at the last federal election, Scott Morrison and Taylor characterised that as a war on the weekend. For God's sake. When Malcolm Turnbull pursued a policy mechanism that would have reduced emissions in the electricity sector, he lost the Prime Ministership. Some members of the National Party now want the want the government, that means taxpayers, to invest in new coal power. We do not need that, thank you very fucking kindly. The government is pursuing a taxpayer-funded gas peaking plant and a gas-fired recovery, despite Australia's energy market operator saying firmed renewables are a cheaper option. And some nationals have warned Morrison against taking a concrete pledge on net zero. There we go. There you have it. There's a little bit about the IPCC and Angus Taylor's response to it. Your housemates wanted help cleaning the house. Fuck them. You should be watching me. Yeah, tarantulas. Fuck yeah, we're gonna do an Aussie reptile park tour at some point when I'm out of lockdown. I mean, first thing's tattoo stream. Anyway, on continuing on this. Yeah, we're still boiling water to generate energy. Exactly. It's continuing on this point. No blank check on net zero carbon emissions target, Prime Minister says, as global code red has been issued. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has again refused to comment on a commit to a target of net zero emissions by 2050 after an international code red warning on climate change was issued by global leaders. I won't be signing a blank check on behalf of Australians to targets without plans, Mr. Morrison said. Blank check commitments you always end up paying for, and you always end up paying in higher taxes. Again, there's not going to be any taxes for anybody to pay if we're all fucking dead. The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned the Earth will warm by more than 1.5 degrees Celsius within the decade, causing rising sea levels and more frequent and devastating natural disasters.
I see you've
Cass!
brought guests. Welcome, friends.
Hello, we're just being doomers. I hope that's okay. How's it going? Code Vein, very poggers. What do you think of it? How's it going? How was your stream? Tell me all about it. Let me just change these things. There we go. Tell me all about your stream. Gave a blank check to Jerry Harvey and Solomon Lou. That we did. How'd your stream go? How did your stream go? How was Code Vein? Welcome to the Rogue Room, by the way, Raiders. I am Abigail Beck, and this is a place of acceptance, learning, and growth. Please be kind to yourselves and each other while you are here. Even though, you know, we're not really being kind to ourselves right now by reading about the fact that the world is slowly burning to death. We're all going to die. His stomach isn't flat enough for that kind of time. I mean, mine isn't really either. Can I? Yeah, we're dealing with some internet issues as well lately. And it's not on my end. It's on Twitch's end. It has to be. Let me see if I can do this without showing something I don't want to show. Like, my stomach is not really... I think it's these pants, honestly. But my stomach isn't exactly flat either. Like, it's kind of... I mean, I have got abs, sort of. But the problem is I've also got belly fat. So it's kind of like... You know, I lift, alright? So I'm allowed to have a little bit of mass. Us. It's not you folks. It's something on Twitch's end. It's definitely something on Twitch's end, because I've checked everything. I'm gonna have to buy a new top. I'll just do the other buttons up. But yeah, it's I don't know what it is. I've checked everything my end. It's not my end, so I can't fix it. And yeah, your stomach doesn't need to be flat to wear crop tops, mind you. That's some body shaming kind of shit. We don't like that. You know, you should be allowed to wear whatever you want to wear, whatever you like. So if you don't have a flat tummy, you go ahead and wear whatever you feel like, you know? Everybody's a bikini body. Who agrees that for the future of the human species, we must exile all right-wingers to the trash island in the ocean? I mean, that's a thought, but that does come back around to Sophie's eco-fascist thing. We've talked about eco-fascism before, how like certain people kind of need to be killed off. Like there's this idea of like overpopulation. It's like, in order to save the planet for the few privileged ones of us, we need to kill off this many billions of people. It's a dangerous territory to get into. But yeah, Twitch is having a problem. A bunch of other streamers are dealing with it as well, so I apologize. But you have to rate and run, Cass. Have a good one. Thank you so kindly for rating. I appreciate you so much. I hope you are doing well. These abs. My abs? I need to redo the Mommy Milkies thing. Like this one, I need to remake the Mommy Milkers thing about my abs somehow. I don't know how you would do it, but I'll figure out a way to do it. Muffin tops are the new abs. Skinny was never all that attractive. I still have a compulsion towards wanting to have a flat stomach. Like, I can feel fat now, a little bit of fat there that I've got now. And I really want to commit to like getting rid of it. And I know it's a bad thing because I'm technically within a healthy weight range for my size. And, for my height, that is. And I really just, I don't know, I still want to lose a ton of weight. I still want to lose at least 8 to 10 more kilos. And I know in order to do that, I'd need to sacrifice a lot of the food I regularly eat. I'm maintaining right now, and I hate that I'm maintaining and not losing. It's like the more weight you lose, the less food you have to eat to keep losing weight, and it becomes that much more of a struggle. It's a whole thing. Anyway. Going to get cake and coffee with your partner, so you yeet radio. Have a good one, Cass. I am envious. I want to go get cake and coffee with a partner. I don't have any of those things. Hello, Ooze. How's it going? Anyway, never found skinny people conventionally attractive. It's unrealistic when most people have a bit of thick... I mean, yeah. Conventional attractiveness is defined by media, you know. But anyway, considering that doing that might cause some people to become right-wingers because that would imply all left-wingers are hateful enough to kick people out of their homes and possibly get them killed. I do agree, Skylar. I think it's a pretty dangerous mindset to go into, and we'll discuss why that is shortly. I want to continue to read this bit and continue to just melt my brain about how much the Earth is dying. Anyway, we already read this bit. The IPCC has said that the increase in degrees will cause rising sea levels and more frequent and devastating natural disasters unless drastic action is taken to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is a wanker, but he has called for a warning, the warning a wake-up call for world leaders to act. But climate policy has become highly politicised in Australia, and the Prime Minister's biggest obstacle to adopting a net zero target is the junior coalition partner, the Nationals. Within the Liberal Party, though, there is a growing number of MPs speaking out in favour of a 2050 target, including West Australian Liberal Celia Hammond. When asked if Mr Morrison would ultimately adopt the target, she said, "I of course think that we will, I do, yes. It makes economic sense, it makes environmental sense," she told the ABC. And I think people also want to move on from the days of the climate wars. Instead, the Prime Minister has previously said that Australia will preferably reach that target by 2050. Mr Morrison said that Australia's response would be led by technological change. World history teaches one thing: technology changes everything, Mr Morrison said. That is why our approach is technology and not taxes to solving this problem. Our government has previously said it will invest in hydrogen technology and carbon capture technologies as part of its efforts to reduce Australia's emissions. Do I have a separate day? I do 2 ab days a week. I did abs today. So Tuesday, Friday is my ab days. Wednesday, Thursday are my leg days. Monday, Thursday are my leg days. Wednesday, Saturday are my upper body days. And Sunday I just do cardio. But I do cardio every day. I do an hour of cardio every day. I'm a giant. I'm 5'11". Calm down. Oh, I'm not a giant. Well, I'm a tall girl. I don't know. Why do I need to lose that much? Because I have body image issues. Unironically, I have body image issues and binge eating disorder. I'm not happy with the way I look. Literally clicked in chat after the initial advertisement right as you were doing the eyes. Reminded that Smashing Pumpkin song. I haven't heard that song. I'll look it up later. Can eat whatever you want if all you do is work out like 5 hours a day. True. I could bump up my 1 hour walk around the neighborhood, which is a pretty reasonable pace of like about 9. What is it? It's like 1 kilometer per 9 minutes or something along those lines. I forget exactly how the pace is worked out. Or something. I don't know. How do you... This should tell me. I think I generally... No, sorry. 9 kilometers an hour. Sorry. 9 kilometers an hour is my average pace. Or close to. Is it 9 kilometers? That can't be right. No way. Let me check my Fitbit. Hang on. Let me check my Fitbit. Fitbit, can you show me my statistics, please? So I walked 7.11 kilometers today for 1 hour and 6 minutes. And it's got like a thing here that I don't understand. The pace is 9:09. And it's measured like a height. It looks like it says 9 foot and 9 inches. But it's my pace. Like, what does that fucking mean? At any rate, I walked 7.11 kilometers, which is my usual walking route today, in 1 hour and 6 minutes. I do that almost every day. And then, of course, I got all my weighted exercises. Anyway, excuse me. You always had a paunch even when you were super skinny. You're surprised some people have flat stomachs. Yeah, I think because I was heavier, let's just ramble on this tangent for a minute. A year ago, I was 96 kilos. So I've dropped 23, 24 kilos. I'm down to about 72 at the moment. And I think because I was so much heavier before, I didn't realize this, but I did have a bit of a gut going on. And before I started working out, I also had a bit of a gut. So I already had a pretty significant pouch. And I was previously up at that height. Then I dropped my weight down a bit. Then my weight started building up again because I started bulking, but dirty bulking, so it doesn't really count. Then I started cutting again recently. Not that kind of cutting. I've cut my food intake down significantly, and I've been trying to get myself into the mindset of a very, very strict, rigid diet specifically for cutting body fat, which would mean probably about 1,200 calories a day, which is very low. Heavy focus on proteins and fats, and very low carbohydrates. And see, this is the thing. I've pathologized all of this shit in my head, so I know all the steps I need to take, and I punish myself for not pursuing them. But I've lost a lot of weight, and I think because I was bigger before, there is just a bit, not a lot, of loose skin around my stomach, which to me reads as like flabby and fatty. But it's not to the extent that some people have got loose skin in that area. Like some people have been massive and then lost a ton of weight. Have got like a huge pouch that they've then got to deal with, which I can understand would be probably way more body dysmorphic than someone who's like me, who's like you folks say, I look fine. You know, I'm taller than you. There we go. Anyway, sorry. Carbon capture and storage has been trialed since the 80s. $1 trillion has been dumped into the project, and not one usable model at scale has been produced in that time, according to the Australian Institute. Of course. Of course. Why would Australia do something that actually works when they can just throw money at stuff that doesn't? I wonder. Don't kill yourself to be thinner. I mean, I know that. I have that problem. One of the main issues is it's definitely a dysphoria thing. I like my muscles, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't look very feminine being a very muscly girl, you know, which is an internal struggle, and it's a stupid passing thing, stupid passing bit of bullshit. You know, I look at myself and I'm like, oh, my muscles are really cool and really nice and really firm and veiny. Like, seriously, when I do arm day, I'll get a photo tomorrow, but I usually post them on Twitter anyway. I'll take photos of my arms after I've done like biceps or whatever, and these veins really come out. But I still look at myself and I'm like, you're not very feminine though, because you've got all these big muscles. You should be a lot thinner than you are. And I realized that in order to get to the kind of body that I sort of aspire to, I realized I'd probably have to pursue a very, very dangerous diet to get as lean as I think I would like. But I realize in my head, it's like, that's not a healthy body image that you're thinking of. Like, you see these girls with these tiny little flimsy arms.
I see you've brought guests.
Jasmine!
Welcome, friends.
God, people keep raiding while we're on really heavy topics. Welcome to the Rogue Room, folks. My name's Abigail Beck. How you doing? How was stream? How was stream? We were just literally talking about my body image issues. We had... Who raided before? Let me remind myself. We had Cass raid when we were on we're still on the climate change thing, honestly. And now you've raided and I'm harassing myself about my body image. And my diet. I'm bad for this. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you're having a lovely one. I hope everything has been going well. I hope the stream went well. What'd you get up to tonight? Tell us all about it. More Stardew. Very nice, very nice. How are you going in Stardew, if you don't mind my asking? How have you been progressing along? What, like, is it your... I can't remember if you've probably told me. Is it your first time playing Stardew? I can't recall. Either way, Stardew is a fantastic game. If you guys want to support an amazing indie, go pick up Stardew. It's so fucking good. I've played it through to completion, or near completion, I think. It's an incredible game. It's very, very... Oh, you played Shower with Your Dad Simulator. Oh, okay. How was that? While I'm over here simping for Stardew. How was that one? I'm just gonna try something. Just gonna try something over here. Just like while we're talking. I'm just gonna put this here. Format, font. Give me a sec. Oh, those Abby's her ripped fucking what are the words for abdominal muscles? What are other words? There are other words for abs. Her super cut well, this one's a bit trickier. We're trying to recreate. We got washboard, Abby's, her ripped fucking washboard, her super cut six pack. This one we need to change entirely. Honka bonka doinky boinky. Abadabbas. Hello, Amelia. How you going? Yeah, we're getting lag. Jasmine, are you getting lag on Twitch? lately. We're getting lag on Twitch and it's not on my end. We've checked everything and it's not on my end. Let me think. Honka bonka. I don't know. And it just keeps going. Oh my god! I can't pad this out. I can't pad this out. I mean, this one can just be abs. I don't know. Why am I hypothesizing this? Anyway, let's ignore that.
I see
my
you
God.
brought guests.
No, we're already
Welcome,
on our rate.
friends.
Oh, Obliques, that's a good one. Hello, Jordan. Hello, friends. How's it going? Please forgive me if we're dealing with lag tonight, because it's been laggy this week on Twitch. I don't know what the dealio is. I need to reset my modem or something. You were fine, actually. Okay, there we go. Jordan! Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name is Abigail Beck. You are welcome to a place of acceptance, learning, and growth. Tonight we've been talking about a bunch of things. I'm a just chatting streamer. I just chat. I just talk about stuff. And at the moment we're kind of doing okay, what are we doing? We're talking about climate change. We were talking climate change. Midriff, that's a good one. Let me add these in. Midriff and what was it? Obliques. Those can be useful. We're redoing the Mommy Milky's copy pasta, but about my abs instead. Which is probably not helping with the whole body image, mind-body dysmorphia thing that I'm dealing with at the moment. Did you get into a bit of Magic the Gathering? Very nice, very nice. How'd that go? Tell us all about it. Can't with the boob description. It's fucking great, isn't it? How are you, Jordan? You got to run right here, Jasmine. Have a good one. Thank you so kindly for the raid. Appreciate you being here ever so much. You're buffering out. Thanks for the fun. Radio Freak, have a good one. Sorry that we are dealing with buffering at the moment. We are dealing with a whole lot of stuff not working correctly. I don't know why. At the moment, OBS is hovering between like orange and yellow-green in terms of its bit rate, which is strange. I don't know. Anyway. Raid happens, Brodio Clan. You went from ranting trans back to here to Jordan, back to here. Oh, there we go. Desk has a whole bunch of stuff that triggers from self-healing. It's called Big Heels Keep on Turning. Oh, your deck, not desk. Deck, nice. Lovely love handles. That could be in there. We're recreating the Mommy Milky's copy pasta. Abby's. Her ripped fucking washboard, her supercut six-pack. This is the one where it's like obliques. That needs to change. Peaky, freaky, squeaky obliques. Sleeky could work. We'll do sleeky. How about that? Her fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping gravity. God, this is ridiculous. We've used obliques. Physique. Sexy stomach. Abby's. Which are not coming in at the moment. I'm so hard on myself. Why do I do this? I like how it says sex mounds. God, that really portrays what a lot of people see breasts as, doesn't it? Anyway, cheese grater. Ooh, good one. Good one. Fabric stretching wind. Well, wind flapping doesn't really work. I feel like you could maybe use fabric stretching in the whole thing. Wind flapping. Tight tummy. That could be in there. We put that in there, and then we got to change this one. Fabric stretching. We'll keep that one. You're at one brain cell. I feel like that too. We watched a video reacting to some reactionaries last night, and they went so far off the rails that I actually think if I believed in IQ, and I realize IQ is a toxic problem, I think mine would have dropped into the negative after watching that video. Head pillow. Well, we're not talking about boobs anymore. We're talking about my abs. Abbies. I really should not trust this button. Anyway, I've got one button on my crop top. Solar plexus nexus of muscle mounds. I mean, that could work. That could work. I think some of us have brain cells, but we share them collectively. It's a communist thing. Fabric stretching solar plexus of muscle mounds. I like that one. Okay. Okay, we're close to it. We're close to it. Twitch chat may be delayed. Yeah, it might have a problem. Super duper ultra hyper go. I mean, that works. There we go. We've done it. Kind of. We've recreated it. Give me a second. Okay, give me a minute. There we go. Type exclamation mark abs in chat. Do it. Speed bumps on the love trail. Anyway. Solar plexus nexus of muscle mounds. There we go. Non-existent North Dakota. I think we've got it. I think we've got it. Yeah, chat may be well delayed because we're dealing with Twitch being shite. Or something is being shite. I'll reset my modem tonight after stream, and then hopefully we'll be okay tomorrow and we won't have this lag anymore, but it seems like the stream still runs fine. By the way, thank you to everybody who's been following tonight. I will say that right now because I've got my follow alerts turned off in chat and in my notifications because we keep getting follow botted, so I'm just not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Not going to let them interrupt my stream no more, so follow alerts are gone. I always, like, honestly, this is a bit arrogant and egotistical of me, but I am an arrogant egotist, so this shouldn't shock you. But back when I started streaming, I had this internal thought of, like, when I become a really big and famous streamer, like back when I was pre-affiliate, mind you, I said to myself, oh, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? One day I'm going to turn my follow alerts off because they'll get annoying because I'll be so famous, I'll be getting followers all the time. I didn't want to have to turn it off because of the fact that I was getting harassed by people. But anyway, that's where we're at these days. It's a good life. There we go. Abby's abs, her ripped fucking washboard, her super cut six-pack, her peaky, freaky, sleeky obliques, fucking fabric stretching solar plexus nexus of muscle mounds. I mean her super duper ultra hyper goddamn motherfucking core. I wish my abs were like. Who's a good example? We did look up Colleen Foch yesterday, who's more of a power lifter, so her physique is not really focused on having ripped abs. I'm trying to think of someone who's got like really ripped abs. There is someone I follow who I think is another power lifter, but I'm trying to think. Let me think. I really should get into powerlifting. Love the new profile pic. It's quite cute, isn't it? I quite like it. It's from yesterday's Going Live post, and I'm a fan. Steffi Cohen is who I'm thinking of. Steffi Cohen is absolutely ridiculous. Just a ridiculous person. I'm just gonna show a photo of her that isn't. So that one's like wearing undies that are barely there. Like this is Steffi Cohen, mind you. And I'm like, how the what? How the what? I'm sorry, that looks like plastic. But I also have this thing, and I mean, that's a professional photo shoot. She's probably got oil and fake tan on that and everything to make it look as good as humanly possible. But anyway, like, I still look at people like Steffi Cohen and I'm like, Jesus, it's ridiculous. I should not be admiring these people because I know they've got the privilege of having access to personal trainers and certain supplements that they don't talk about because it would ruin their sponsorships. They've probably got private gyms. They've probably got exercise routines that go on for way longer than you should normally exercise. Abby Lewd emote when? I mean, I have got more emotes available, I think. Been looking at Ayurvedic medicine, which is an old Indian study of the body. There's 3 main body types that can also overlap, which can help you figure out what food, spices, etc. would help keep you balanced physically. Maybe you could look at that so you can eat but keep balance. That's an idea. Do I know that one TikTok girl with the huge abs? Not specifically, no. On the subject of, I mean, I don't really follow many fitness types on TikTok. I mostly follow them on Instagram. But on the subject, I do have one more emote slot on tier 3. Oh, and I've got like bits tier emotes. I've got 4 of those, and then I've got my tier 3 slot, which is empty at the moment because I just haven't put anything in there. So I could put something in there, but I don't know what I could put in as other emotes. I'm still struggling with that one. Lean beef patty, this person on Instagram. Let's do a quick gizoogle. Not bad, not bad. I like it. Like it's a pretty nice midsection. That would be something I would aspire to. And I mean, women tend to have more body fat percent, which is another thing. Like I am on HRT, which is sort of redistributing my fat and things of that nature. So technically speaking, yeah, it doesn't really shock me that I do have like particularly belly fat in this area. You're gonna head off, Fox Radio? Yeah, boxing. Have a good one. Put something in assorted media. Let's have a look. Let's have a gizander. Oh my gosh. I need more things like this in my Discord. Thank you. I mean, that could work. That could work. The problem, of course, is that, you know, I've already filled up all my tier 1 emote slots. And I feel like tier 3 needs to be some kind of special, unique emote. This feels like something that everybody who's got a sub should have access to. You know, I mean, this could work as a tier 3 until I get to, like, I mean, I don't know if I'm ever going to reach partner necessarily, but, like, if I get to partner, you know, we're going to be throwing in all these new emotes. I would love to get partner so I can have just tons of emotes. Hello, Grizz. How are you? How have you been? How have streams been? What have you been playing lately? More importantly, everyone's genetics are different. Some people can have access to some people can access having a bodybuilder type of physique. Others, they're naturally more round or more slender or understand. Yeah, exactly. Like the body type thing is such a difficult thing to talk about because genetics do play a huge factor in how a person looks. And it's not just genetics. It's also upbringing. It's also like habit forming and things of that nature. So in some circumstances, if you want to lose, like, say, certain weight or you want to gain muscle in certain areas, there are some people who go into bodybuilding and, like, they really, really want to be good at bodybuilding and they do everything correctly. And then they get up on stage and they look like, I hate to say it this way, but they look like shit compared to the other competitors. Because their genetics are just not laid out for the right muscle insertions. Like, their arms don't get big enough, their shoulders don't get big enough, their abs are like segmented a weird way. They don't have big enough muscle bellies is a term that you might have heard of or may not, which is like, how does the muscle sit? Like, you can see how my bicep sits. Like, that's what that is, the way it sits. I am transgender. Yes, that's literally in the title. Yes. How you doing? Beat Returnal last night. Very nice, very nice. No, nobody likes Harry Potter. Harry Potter's garbage. Read a better franchise. Read, like, fuck it. I'm just gonna recommend Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief. I haven't read it. What's it? You know what? I'm gonna start reading Discworld because, like, the Terry Pratchett thing recently has kind of said to me, I need to read some Terry Pratchett. I've read excerpts from Terry Pratchett that people share on social media occasionally. And, like, Terry Pratchett seems like a good bloke. There you go, Sarah. And yes, gun show. Usually I reserve the gun show. Oh, I shouldn't do that. God, that's gonna... Oh, God, there we go. It came undone. It came undone. No, stop. I should do the other buttons up. I'm risking a lot here. This is dangerous. Oh, fuck. Okay, I was trying to do, like, my usual little, like, bicep flex, but if I do the forward flex, that is risky. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, I'm listening. I hear you. I hear you, buttons. I get you. Luckily, I had my hand there, but I was doing this one. There we go. I'll leave the top button undone. I was doing this one. Oh my God, look at that. Oh. flexing too close to the sun. But yeah, like if I do this particular flex, like fists sort of like coupled together in the front there, and then that brings the shoulders out. Look, the reason that popped a little bit is because I'm flaring my lats. Right? If I do this, I'm flaring my lats a bit. Let me get this is honestly, there are a lot of people who do not realize how much effort one needs to put in to flex all of the muscles you need to. Can I do this correctly? Hang on. Let's see if I can do this correctly. Hang on. Now you got me in the mood now. I hope you're happy. And then I want to try to flex my abs if I can. Can I like... I don't have good lighting for this. No, that doesn't help either. Can I like... Maybe if I turn this up. Like you can see sort of definition. But why am I doing this? I am an arrogant fuck. Hi. I like my body a lot, but I also hate it. Maybe you do not interested in these stuff. Second Amendment rights. Well, we don't have those in Australia. Are these guns legal? But yeah, I've got a big issue with my midsection because I really want to lose the belly fat, but I just can't seem to do it, and I need to focus on doing it properly. You're gonna need a mop now. Oh goodness. My shirt is acting like a boob. This is honestly one of my favorite tops because like it kind of cures the breast dysphoria by itself a little bit. I know I'm only very meager. I'm very Shakira in that one song. You know, you can't confuse them with mountains. But yeah, it's like it's a couple of my crop tops are particularly tight, and also this bra. I've got these bralettes which are not padded. This is all me, baby. And you couple the two together, and it's just magic happens. Can't explain it. So many thirsty bitches in this chat. As well there should be. But don't go too far. Don't go too far. Pinstripe ribbed tops. Oh, they are. I love it. It's good. I need more like this. It's also just comfy. It's a really comfy top. Anyway, we were going to talk eco-fash. We were going to come back around to eco-fash, which we've touched on before. We've researched eco-fascism. But Sophie, or Curio on YouTube, people have talked a little bit about the coming rise of eco-fascism, but we need to have a unified understanding of green imperialism because it's going to be the biggest fight of the next few decades for leftists. Right now, governments are doing next to nothing, absolutely useless garbage that is letting the planet burn, but how will they respond when they finally start seeing for the emergency it is? Excuse me. Thank you for the hydration, by the way. You wonder, when going to get clothes in Australia back when you could, do you find that they have clothes for most sizes? In certain stores, like there were certain store chains here in Australia, I don't know if they're still running or not, but there were certain store chains that would carry specifically bigger sizes, and like most department store chains would carry bigger sizes up to a point. And yeah, like there were specific stores that had larger sizing for both men and women. Men's and women's clothing. Again, gendered clothing is a stupid idea, but anyway. There was that whole thing. So, generally speaking, you know, I've never had any trouble finding clothes personally. So when we talk about how overpopulation logic... Oh, hang on. Did we get this bit? Oh, yeah. The US and European governments will be looking to protect capitalism in the global north first and foremost. Running against eco-fascists will be saying, like, the planet's fucked because we aren't living God's true way. Green imperialists will have an easy time at the polls, in my opinion. So when we talk about how overpopulation logic leads straight to discussing which group of people die first, we need to understand that the Joe Bidens, Boris Johnsons, and Angela Merkels of the world will be making that calculation, not just out-and-out eco-fascists. However, they'll be displacing the killing program. Instead of saying interracial marriage and transgenderism caused the climate catastrophe, they'll be blaming countries in the global south and forcing those countries to buy green technologies from us with money they don't have. Am I making this prediction based on a hunch, a whim? No, Bill Gates' actual plan that he published and the liberal media lapped up like kittens for how to tackle the climate crisis, read How to Save Capitalism from the Climate Crisis, explicitly says it. Quoting Gates' book, the countries that build... I can't read. The countries that build great zero-carbon companies and industries will be the ones that lead the global economy in the coming decades. Whoever makes big energy breakthroughs will find many willing customers in emerging economies. If you want to know more about this, that Jess Videos and I broke down Gates' book on our politics stream a little while ago. I might actually... No, I don't want to play it in Twitter. No. Stop. I'm going to save this for later. When it decides to. When it loads... There we go, I'm going to save this for later. Save to watch later. Go away. There you go, watch that later. Where were we? Broke that down in our politics stream a little while ago. It's our focus, and if our focus is only in the UK or in Germany, France, or only in the US, a lot of you seem to focus on the US, then we're going to spin our wheels fighting eco-fascists for the next 10 years while green neo-imperialism throws exploitation in the global south into overdrive. You already get how this system works. The way that your boss can tell you what to do because if you don't, you'll be homeless. That's the same way that President Chelsea Clinton or whoever will be winning your vote so that America doesn't become like the countries it exploits. Excuse me. We aren't the global leaders, we're just hyper-online leftists. While leaders invested in saving lives would work towards socialism right now, if we are invested in saving lives, we have to start building towards fighting green neo-imperialism right away. If you want proof of what I'm saying, recall the last 2 years and look where we are now. While most countries like the UK and US handled the pandemic worse than almost any other country proportional to their wealth, global capitalism protected them and now they're protecting it in turn. Our people have died en masse, of course, and fascist conspiracy theorists have absolutely thrived and threatened to take away the basic rights of people of color, queer people, disabled people. That'll be a feature of the climate apocalypse too. A feature, not a bug. But if we look at the governmental response here in the UK, they quietly made plans for a who we let die and then pursued business as usual as hard as possible. Gaffadil, thank you kindly. The liberal media is asking when will Africa be able to vaccinate its population and writing propaganda about authoritarian Vietnam, ignoring that Africa is being forbidden from making vaccines by the global north and that the US could easily work to vaccinate the whole world. So countries like Vietnam, who thanks to socialism had some of the lowest COVID rates of anyone, will now be punished rather than learn from. This is because of American imperialism, and if you can't see that, you don't have your eyes open. The last 2 years of pandemic, it's been 2 years of pandemic. We've been in a pandemic for 2 years. And as we move into the aftermath, these are, as I said, glimpses into how the climate apocalypse will work. It will be a lot like this. I hope that this thread also communicates how worthless to everyone leftist pessimism is. Talking like the world, I didn't mean to click on that, but whatever, is going to end or succumbing to depressive cynicism is just prepping everyone to be afraid of the exact things liberals want you to fear so they can control you. If we care about human lives worldwide, this is our coming fight and we have to start preparing for it now. There we go. So that's a good, if you want the link to that thread, if you can, so you want to skim over it or look through the comments, I'll just drop that in the chat. Oh, look, it's one of those people who's just spitting transphobic rhetoric and then saying, don't ban me! Yeah, no, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. You're lying, honestly. Anyway, I look like a real woman. My body looks like a real woman's body, because it is a real woman's body. And yeah, we love Sophie. Sophie's great. I love Sophie. I've found so many cool trans people on Twitter, honestly. Just so many of them. They're awesome. Gendered clothing does seem to make it easier for you to look definitely... I mean, that's true. I mean, in terms of... We're going to come back around to passing again. In terms of the culture in which we live now, in terms of the binary gendered society that the majority of us live, I dare say, we look at... I actually do smell different. We'll talk about that in a minute. in terms of the binary gendered, largely speaking, I'm not dismissing non-binary people. Let's clarify that right now. Non-binary people, completely valid, of course. But I'm speaking with regards to our society and the way that it treats people based on their gender. A lot of society views people as either one gender or the other. And non-binary folks are regrettably still considered to be outliers. Are still considered to be like the unusual statistic or the anomaly, however you want to refer to it. So for trans-binary people, a lot of our objective in terms of passing is to look like the gender that we identify with, which is, and I hate using the term identify with. I'm not identifying as a woman, I'm just a woman. That is a factor of my identity, the fact that I'm a woman, but I am not identifying as a woman. That is a common dog whistle dismissal of a trans person's reality. Common dismissal of a trans person's gender is just to say they identify as this, because then when someone says you identify as a woman or you identify as a man, they can just say, oh well, it's actually a man in a dress, it's actually a woman in men's clothing, sort of thing. It's actually just a butch lesbian, or yeah, it's just a male cross-dresser. That's the language they use when they say identify as. So let's put that by the wayside, tuck that over there in the corner and ignore it. The identify with label is a dog whistle. Ignore that. But in terms of passing as trans people, generally speaking, a lot of trans people do tend to appropriate what would commonly be referred to as the stereotypes of their gender in order to properly assimilate. I keep bringing up ContraPoints. I'm sorry, but I simp. I can't help myself. She's pretty, okay? She did specifically mention in one of her videos, I can't remember which one it was. It wasn't Beauty. I don't think it was Beauty. I watched that one recently. Or maybe it was, I don't know. It was one of her videos where she said specifically that when she goes out in public with her friends who might be and I've mentioned this point before, some of her friends might be getting around in like t-shirts, jeans and sneakers, and she's getting a full face of makeup on, picking out a nice dress, picking out all the right jewelry and accessories and all this, and feminizing as much as she possibly can without exaggerating it, because specifically she wants to be read feminine at a glance, at a snap. She wants other people out in public, even if she's never going to interact with that person, she wants other people to look at her and just say girl, woman, female, right off the bat. And I think that is generally the case for a lot of trans people. Like, it's generally the case for many trans people. I'm not dismissing binary people. And in a large way, I think that, like, say, non-binary identities specifically, but even trans, just binary trans people as well, in a strange way, it's almost a rejection of the gender binary. It is a rejection of the gender binary, even if you are a binary trans person. But I think, like, specifically with regards to non-binary folks, I think in that regard there is a level of specific gender anarchism involved, where the specific reasons certain people I have noticed who might be non-binary have decided to take on that label, they often tend to adopt some anarchist views. So, I mean, that's not necessarily true. Of course, non-binary people could be whatever their political views are, but I have certainly noticed at least a few non-binary folks, and I'm getting off on a tangent here. This is just observations. Just purely observations. Feel free to correct me if you are non-binary. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, like it seems like an explicit rejection of the social norms. Like, it's not just I'm non-binary because I don't feel like a man or a woman. It's I'm rejecting your binary and substituting my own reality here. It's like, this is how I am. I'm not this or that. I am this own distinct thing. I will not align with your labels. I will take my own. It's that rejection of the of that very rigid social model we've been raised into. And to that end, I agree with that idea. I agree with that model. I agree with that mindset. But I still feel intrinsically like non-binary people do not feel like men or women specifically. Or maybe they do. Maybe there's like a bit more nuance to it depending on each non-binary person. But to me personally, I feel just like a woman. I just feel like a woman, that's it. It's hard to put that into finer detail, but to, like, the reason that we, say dress a certain way, the reason that we do our hair or our makeup, or the way we present, the way we speak, the way we move. We present ourselves in a way that makes us the most comfortable, that makes us the most in tune with how we feel. And most people don't realize just how they have become, I wouldn't say gender euphoric. Test, Astoad. Testing lag. We'll come back around to everything else in just a moment. I just wanted to get this tangent off my head. We're still dealing with lag tonight, by the way. We're still dealing with lag tonight. Pretty much nailhead for your relationship with gender there, you're non-binary. Well, there you go. I hope I interpreted it correctly without upsetting anybody. I didn't want to, because I'm not non-binary. My relationship to non-binary is mostly just reading about it and having non-binary friends. Like, I don't really know the specificity of the identity of being a non-binary person. But, a lot of people I have observed, and the way that they treat their gender is specifically, and again, this is not everyone, but there's quite a few non-binary folks who I've noticed that their particular attitude towards gender is fuck your gender. Fuck your binary system. That's why they're non-binary, is a rejection of that system. And yes, English only, please. Not a man, or else you probably wouldn't think about being a girl constantly and feel attracted to the body you were born in. Oh, excuse me. Oh, goodness me. You can drop the bro as well. It's not appreciated. I mean, you can clearly tell that bro is probably the most obvious example of a male-gendered term, aside from stuff like dude, which there might even be a bit of argument in favor of. But I mean, when I can tell the kind of attitude you're espousing, I can imagine you would say dude in a male-gendered manner. Bro is explicitly a male-gendered term, so do not use it to refer to me or anybody else who is female in this chat. Unless they say it's okay, of course, but I mean, I don't. It's not always an active ideological rejection of the binary. Non-binary people can also genuinely feel their that's another thing too, right? And their authentic gender identity is non-binary, however you identify and for whatever reason you identify. It's all valid, exactly. In the same sense that, let me think for a second. This reminds me of a specific point that was made. I'm trying to think what it was though. Like, it's related to that specific thing, and like trans liberation now, and that just specifically means that trans people are able to live. Might be referring to you as bro. Maybe. I still don't trust that word in my chat anyway. It reminds me of a discussion I had in my YouTube comment section. I should really learn to never respond to YouTube comments. I'm bad for that. But anyway, somebody specifically said about, like, what's trans liberation? Like, they were genuinely asking, they were curious, they wanted an answer to what is trans liberation. And it meant that trans people would simply be able to integrate with no problem into society and would be able to face no harassment, would be able to get the healthcare that they are seeking without all of these gatekeeps and all the waiting lists and all the problems with that. Not be able to face social harassment, like I mentioned a minute ago. And be able to just present and be their truest selves without having a problem. That would be trans liberation, at least in the current society in which we live, would be to not have to face any of the kind of questioning of our identity that we constantly are confronted with. People who are just asking things that they don't need answers to. People who are going out of their way to make things uncomfortable for us, to live in a world where we're not questioned for this, that, or the other. That would be, I mean, there's more to it. There's more. I'm rambling because it's 11:30 at night and I've had wine, but generally speaking, for trans people, including non-binary people, by the way, the trans umbrella does sort of cover non-binary identities. Are they serious or are they asking to be banned? I've been generally ignoring their comments. I was going to go back and look through some of the things because I've been glancing over at chat every so often. I did want to respond a little bit myself, but anyway, where was I going? I was going to say something else. Trans liberation would be trans people, including non-binary people, being treated just like cis people and being able to have access to all the things that they need, which includes the specific trans healthcare, includes the surgeries, includes the HRT, without being placed on ridiculous waiting lists, without having their identity gate kept by cis people, without being turned into a discourse if a trans woman goes into a bathroom to piss. Right? The boogeyman about the trans woman going into bathrooms thing is either a next to nothing issue, or it has happened maybe one time throughout the history of trans people, which trans history is human history. Trans people have been around. We're not a new concept. And believe me, like, if you're over in whatever country you're in, I don't really care where you're from, and you say there are no trans people in your country, you're wrong. You're just flagrantly wrong. Yeah, it shouldn't be called trans healthcare, just healthcare, but in the same way that it's like kind of like child healthcare. You know, you're talking specifically about healthcare that relates to trans people. I mean, yeah, I do want to be a little bit more informative here, so I don't want to dismiss this right away. So I want to come back to this one in particular. Some gay people choose to be transgender for society. It's not a choice. It's something they have been forced to go through. There are certain countries in the world where people are forced to transition instead of being gay, right? So like being trans is not something that you make the decision to do, right? Like you can choose to transition, of course, but that is more predicated upon social expectations of you. Like I chose to transition in the strictest sense because I was in a social environment where I was comfortable to do so. There are numerous trans people out there who choose not to actively transition, speaking about like social transition and medical transition and things of that nature, because the environment in which they live is transphobic and they would be placed at great risk if they were to pursue transition, right? But there are certainly countries, and whichever ones they are specifically escape me at the moment. I don't know which countries it is. There are laws against being gay specifically. And because there are gay people in those countries, strangely enough, medical transition is offered as an alternative, so they effectively become straight. But that is still forcing transition upon a person who is not trans. Like a gay person is not a trans person necessarily. There are gay trans people, there are straight trans people, of course. But yeah, like just because a gay person exists, like let's just say a gay man is still a man who likes other men. It's not as though he wants to be a woman, right, in order to date men. It's that he is a gay man who wants to be in a relationship with another man. So Iran is one of them. And that is a fucking ridiculous choice to have to make. Like, yeah, people are definitely punished over in those countries. You either have to transition and become straight, or you have to, generally speaking, they'll end up punishing them with prison time, probably torture, probably execution, maybe. It might be one of those things where they are offered a choice of like, you can either go to prison or you can transition. And transition at least allows them to continue to live in society. But of course, if you force someone to medically transition, like this is kind of what happened with Imitation Game Guy. Oh my god, what's his name? Alan Turing. Because Alan Turing was gay, they didn't forcibly transition him, but they medically sterilized him using medical treatments that are not modern HRT, I don't believe, but they had similar effects to HRT in the fact that they did sterilize him and he did develop gender dysphoria because his body started to develop in strange ways as a result of, I'm assuming, taking estrogen. But because Alan Turing was gay in, post-World War II America, the government England, I keep forgetting that, England. When I think of World War II, I think of I just instinctively think of America. I just forget there were other people in that conflict. In post-World War II England, it was still criminalized in such a way that gay men were forced to undergo sterilization. And as a result, Alan Turing was forcibly sterilized and eventually took his own life because he was experiencing gender dysphoria because his body started to develop breasts. If I have read correctly, somebody might have better information on that, but that's what I have read. I might be wrong. At the very least, he ended up dead because of the government having specifically homophobic legislation, and forcing him to, effectively in a roundabout way, forcing a form of transition on him because, yeah, the sterilization medication that he was given was effectively early HRT in England. Americans like to think we saved Europe. Yeah. I keep... Just Alan Turing was an American, apparently. Even though he's going on British pound notes. Which is a little too little too late. It is wild, yeah. Technically, this country has 0 anti-LGBTQ laws, only ambiguity, which is interpretive, of course. Indonesia, various islands, Iran, specifically for anti-gay, but don't know about the transition laws. Like, yeah, there's a lot of countries out there in the world that are specifically anti-gay, anti-LGBTQ in general. Or people who are gender fluid, we count as trans, but what are we going to transition to? We'd constantly be transitioning back each time we shift. I mean, that's a whole complicated area that I would not understand as I'm not gender fluid. Some people just have some issue if a girl rejects them, they turn into a girl and love boy. No. Sweetheart. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. No, darling. I'm sorry to be so condescending, but no. Darling, no. Nobody gets rejected and becomes gay. Yeah, like, it doesn't happen.
The Rogue Room appreciates your
Seb,
recommendation.
thank you for the host, mate. If you thought about finding hobbies or educating... I mean, yeah, like, if you have such strong views on this, I would consider researching them deeper. I would consider researching those deeper. Imagine being rejected by all girls. What would a man do? Become an incel, generally speaking. That's what happens there. That's the usual experience. They don't turn gay. If a man... who is let's just keep it within the framing of an allegedly straight man. If a man finds that he cannot have any success with women and goes to men, he was always bisexual at the very least. You know, if he decides to pursue a man because he can't get women.
Appreciates your recommendation.
Not Draco. Don't uwu. Thank you for the host. Thank you so kindly. Condescending Abby is fun. I should bring out my condescension voice more with the trolls. Gonna turn to Marshall when I tell him I came out as trans after getting married. I watched a Jammy Dodger video today, which was wholesome gay memes. And what was one of the ones that I've seen this before the video, but it was so adorable. It's like, my wife came out to me as trans at the very same time I came out as a lesbian, and we've never been happier. As a lesbian couple, and it was just like, oh my god, oh, it's adorable. Oh goodness me. Straight men seriously would think of suicide before. Yeah, generally speaking, like, it's unironically, and I hate to bring up the suicide statistics, but yeah, like, there are a lot of men who, like, obviously there are the very high rates of male suicide, and content warning suicide for anybody who was, we're already talking about it. Sorry. I do want to look at, I've been meaning to do this because we do touch on heavy topics all of the time. A little bit of everything all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. Sorry. I really should have been a theater kid. Anyway, What was I going with? Let me come back to this. The suicide rate thing specifically, I dare say, like, there's a very high incidence of male suicide rates, and if we were to get into the psychology and the sociology behind suicide, it's a whole topic. We could do a whole stream just on suicide, I think. It's a very, very dense topic. But to summarize, to zip it down to nothing, there's more than likely a bunch of men out there who take their own lives as a result of the fact that they can't get women. Because society places the expectation on men of being the alpha, generally speaking. It's seen as a masculine thing to pursue a woman and have a girlfriend and have a wife and yada yada yada. And as a result, there are a lot of men in society who feel as though their role is to become that man, to pursue that partner, to become that husband and that father and that breadwinner. And when they can't reach that level, when they can't get to that point, that is most certainly going to have an effect on their mental health, which will unfortunately lead to results like suicide or at least attempts. Because one of the major things of... Let me bring this up again. I really like Durkheim's look at suicide. The book, I haven't read the book, but, you know, what I have been taught in my classes about it. I need to take the book out or find a copy. I think I might be able to actually download it. I might be able to just read it online. It might be one of those things where it's like open source. But I think, is it egoistic suicide? Reflects a prolonged sense of not belonging, of not being integrated into a community. Results from the suicide sense that they have no tether. The absence can give rise to meaninglessness, apathy, melancholy, and depression. And I think this, like, egoistic suicide is specifically the one that men who cannot find a life partner, typically a woman, would experience. There's that sense of selflessness, that sense of not knowing what their place in society is. And I mean, I kind of experienced this particular sense of egoistic loss back when I was presenting Mask, back before I have ever had a partner. Let me see, what else have they said? You're being crazy. I mean, you are. One person would turn into... You are really deranged. Give them a timeout. Give them a 10-minute timeout. And, like, think... Like, you're just parroting transphobic nonsense. I don't really want to ban them right now. But I can tell you're sea lioning. Give them a 10-minute timeout. Sit them in the corner. You could just sit and watch the stream and we could... But, like, the women's prison, you're treating it as though, again... You're treating it as though it's just a cis-het man wearing a dress to go to a women's prison. That's not how that happens. It's not how that happens. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. That does not happen. In fact, there is a high likelihood of trans women being placed into men's prisons, depending on their level of transition, right? But anyway, what's coming back to the suicide thing? I definitely had this specific depression. Way back, pre-transition, in my teens, which is, I think, where a lot of these incel mindsets begin to foster. We'll talk about sea lighting in a minute. I've definitely noticed that a lot of the incel types, generally speaking, are like late teenagers to early 20s. I mean, it can obviously extend beyond that, but you know, that's that phrase of male socialization where they're going through that transitional period from boyhood to adulthood, and a lot of expectations are placed on men, growing men, to, like we mentioned before, to become that male role model, to become that man, and a big part of that is having a girlfriend or a wife, generally speaking. And if they can't reach that point, then there's that sense of a loss of identity. It's like, this is what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not there yet. What the fuck's going on? This is a whole thing. Treating it like a game show instead of genuine conversation. Yeah, I agree. It's getting a bit tedious. Where were we? Looked at animal study videos. Wolves work in social way where everyone has a role according to duties and level of leadership. And yeah, like the alpha male thing, generally speaking, refers to the dad of the pack, who's not like, it's not like some big head wolf thing. It's not like some Viking situation, right? Where, you know, the leader of the group is determined by some trial by combat. The alpha wolf thing, like has been outlined in chat, said he was wrong because he looked at wolves in captivity where they seem to form roles like that, but you can't observe this at all with free wolves. And yeah, like generally speaking, like we could do an ad. I don't want to do an ad roll. We're fine. I get next to no ad money. Honestly, it's not worth it. But anyway, like, yeah, the closest approximation to alpha wolf behavior is that the alpha is just the dad of a pack of wolves. And as he gets older in age, he asserts of course he asserts a role of authority among the pack. But it's not as though, like, one of his sons decides to strike him down and assert his role as the alpha. I'm in charge now. No, the other wolves take care of dad because they take care of their elders. They bring him meat and stuff like that. And he teaches them how to hunt and all. It's just regular dad shit. It's the closest thing you're going to get to alphas at all in the wild, you know. Love seeing these people whose comments pull things out of their backside and go, look, I didn't make this up, I promise. Well, they probably didn't make it up. They probably just looked up a bunch of transphobic shit online. They probably came from 4chan. Anyway, sea lining, also spelled sea lining and sea lining, is a type of trolling or harassment that consists of pursuing people with persistent requests for evidence or repeated questions while maintaining a pretense of civility and sincerity. May take the form of incessant bad faith invitations to engage in debate. Yeah, that was a really, 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 like, low tier sea lining. It's like they were asking a bunch of questions they could easily look up the answers to. Thank you for the head pats. I need to get a cat. I need to get cat ears. I need to get the cat ears thing. I really shouldn't, actually. It's probably a bad idea. Anywho. The Vikings followed a feudal system. Provide me with some... And I don't know what feudalism really is. But you know what I'm getting at, though. Like, I'm just determining that based on the 2 episodes of Vikings that I saw. Sorry. But you know, like, there's those cultures that are depicted as having, like, a leading male, like, ruler of that society. And that rule can be challenged by one other man just stepping up and challenging them to violence, and whoever wins is then declared the ruler from that point on. I don't know if that's an actual thing that happened in history, if there's a historical pretext for that particular kind of culture. But that seems to be largely where the alpha male thing is, and what it's predicated upon, generally speaking. There we go. Hydration and a flex. Did you know? Here's a fun fact about water and muscles. Did you know that, like, the reason we want to consume protein after we do a workout within like half an hour, you know, you have that anabolic window. You know, if you've finished a weighted workout, you know, obviously you want to be drinking a lot of water and you want to be eating a meal that's heavy on carbohydrates and protein after you've done your workout. And the protein absorbs, I think it's the proteins, absorb the water, or is it the carbohydrates? Take the water into the muscles. So these bitches are just water. It's just water. That's all it is. Posting the definition of sea lining, but yeah, I see what you mean now, yeah. Sigma meme is silly, but I encourage it because the more these internet dating gurus make up more variants of males, the more that totally made up hierarchy becomes more meaningless and absurd to the general public. Well, yeah, most of your body is water, yeah. I'm being a bit facetious, you know. Oh, excusez-moi. The reason for it is probably the fact that young male wolves just fuck off and form their own packs at some point. I mean, yeah, naturally speaking. There's male and female wolves that pair off to have their own families. But in captivity, it seems to happen from time to time that they challenge the father because they're not used to living in captivity. You know, it's not the culture they were raised into, and it's explicitly, you know, changing their behavior. So, you know, when you go and you watch animals in the zoo, cool as it is to be able to expose people to different types of animals from around the world, one must have to realize that animals are not made to live in captivity. It is still a form of abuse in a way, although one could argue in favor of preserving endangered species in zoos. Because after all, the majority of the reasons that species are going extinct in this day and age is human intervention. Feudalism is when there is a ruler, they select land owners and landlords, lords who will rent to other people. Typically farmers and merchants live on the land and they pay a fee, and that fee goes to the king. I see. Today is old when you learned Sigma grind videos are watched unironically. It's sad, isn't it? I've never actually watched a Sigma grind video. We did read that article about being a Sigma male, though, and it was just hilarious. It was unironically hilarious to read this article by a guy who really considered himself to be an alpha, writing about Sigma grind set, and I'm like, you can't be serious. This is just astrology for men. You can't be serious. Sugma males. Lig my balls. Come on, cat. You want to come up here? Come on, up you get. The smudge is here. Come on. Come up. He's not doing it. He's being a wanker. You just want me to pick you up, don't you? Or do you want me to just pat you? He just wants pats. Sorry, you don't get to see pats. Come on. No. Here, can I pick you up? No, come on. No. Okay, whatever. I can't be bothered picking him up. He's gonna be difficult. He's now just sitting... Come on, you little bastard. What an asshole. So when they go off, when they can't go off and form their own packs and fail at challenging the father, the mythical beta wolf is formed. Oh, it's so ridiculous. Alpha, beta, gamma, sigma, delta, COVID variant. Oh, stay inside, get your vaccine. I'm getting vaccinated in just over a month. Getting my first shot on the 14th of September. Heck yes. It's ages away. It's ages away. I want it now. I want a needle in my arm. Which is like, I'm going to have to get the AstraZeneca, unfortunately, because nowhere has the Pfizer. Which means I'm at higher risk for blood clots. Fucking poggers. Because I have HRT. When does Moon Moon come in? Fucking Moon Moon. I love that meme. I cannot get over this. This is so good. COVID variant. Can we get some COVID in chat? This is a Facebook post. Why is there a Facebook page for Imager? Gross. Anyway, okay, look. What is your werewolf name? My name is frickin' Moon Moon. I'd be the most idiotic wolf. I saw a version of this meme earlier which had the R slur there. Oh shit, who brought fucking Moon Moon along? Hello Raven, how are things? Yay, vaccination gang. Getting my vax on soon in less than a month. Oh no, just over a month, sorry. I did Google Moon Moon. The post that started it all. Oh god, never not reblogging. I've only seen this post in screenshots. It's the legendary Moon Moon post.
You are too kind.
Hey, Anonymous. Thank you for gifting a sub to Nerfed Bunny. Entire legend, you. Who are you, Anonymous? I need to know who you are. Show yourself. Oh, hell no. Who brought fucking Moon Moon along? Fuck this shit. I'm going home. I feel like someone needs to write that as a story. I feel like it'd be an adorable little story about wolves. Just that really don't like Moon Moon. And Moon Moon can be like the quasi-protagonist. Enjoy your emotes, Bunny. An IRL streamer in Japan that you watch is going to get his vax on 9/11 day itself. There you go. I mean, they're not really related, I suppose. But I mean, it'd be good if there were more and more people getting vaccinated as of 9/11. Prevent more deaths from happening, you know? Good things are things. Moons can have moons and they are... For God's sake. Jesus Christ. We've still got Durkheim suicide up here. Boobs! Can we get some boobs in chat? My friends would say I'm not getting vaccinated, I'm leveling up on my autism. Also, yes, vaccines do not cause autism. Did you folks watch H-Bomber Guy's Vaccines A Measured Response? That keeps coming up on my YouTube suggestions and I'm like, I watched it! Stop recommending it to me, I watched it. I do kind of want to watch it again though. Hassan became an IRL streamer. I mean, has it got over 1 million views yet? Yeah, it's got 2.3 million views. Vaccines, A Measured Response. Should watch this video about the whole autism and vaccines thing. It's fucking good. Good lord. And horribly depressing. God, I hate how dumb some people are. No. Let's bring this back to yesterday's stream topic. I hate how maliciously stupid people are. The vaccines causing autism.
A little
thing.
under the table
Yeah,
action
oh my
never
God.
went astray.
Thank you. I am shook. Oh my god. Sense. Sensen Totochtin. Thank you so kindly. Oh my god. How am I supposed to respond? I don't know what you do here. Botwick with the very, very pertinent message. Be kind to yourselves and each other. I can't imagine anything more kind than mutual aid for my breasts. I keep touching my microphone. I'm sorry, microphone. I'll be nice to you. I'll stop hitting you. You are a good microphone, I promise. I do wish you were a production quality microphone, though. That I could have out of shot. While I had like a really nice camera setup that records in like 8K, so my YouTube videos would look a lot better. And sound a lot better. You are nice, though. I do love you, microphone. You've served me well these past few years. Anyway. So I'm just simping for my microphone. What? But that donation, thank you so much. Thank you so much. My goodness. You can click on the dots. Don't want to see it again. Reason I've seen it. I mean, true. I should watch it again. It's a good video. I would say let's watch it together on stream, but like I don't feel like that's. I'll watch short videos. I'll watch like 10-ish minute videos, especially stuff that doesn't have like a huge level of production value to it. But when I see stuff by like HBomb and Philosophy Tube and ContraPoints, like the three main ones that I like to watch a lot. Stop hitting the microphones. Sorry. Came through Rasco Rangers. Well, that's cool. We're in Rasco Rangers team now. We're in Jordan Rasco's team now. Heck yes. Very cool. Thank you so much. Who's a good microphone? You are a good microphone. Trying hard to not use ableist words, but it's hard to not call anti-vax people dumb fucks. I mean, I agree. But yeah, like last night's theme sort of became malicious stupidity. And that's the way that I look at anti-vaxxers, is they are maliciously stupid. They are spreading a toxic ideology that is directly harming people, and it is demonstrable. And that's why I have no respect for anti-vaxxers. Like, you cannot, in good conscience, be an anti-vax person. Anytime anyone spreads anti-vax rhetoric, you know, it is malicious stupidity. In the sense that you have to know that your viewpoint is causing harm. Gets $100. Proceeding to talk to a microphone about it. Look, I'm dissociating because I'm overwhelmed. I don't know how to respond. What camera do I use? I use a Logitech C922. I don't have a proper camera. I want to get a camera that I can mount on a tripod and I can take, like I can charge it up, take it out and record. Like I really, if I wasn't funding boobs, I'd be funding a camera. I could afford a camera right now with the boob money, but I don't want to do that. And we have talked about the fact that I would like to crowdfund getting bottom surgery instead. But I'd need to find a legitimate quote. I'd need to get a legitimate quote for the bottom surgery beforehand, which I am going to talk with my endocrinologist on in November. It's going to be a phone consultation because we're not getting out of lockdown before November. I can guarantee you that. But, you know, I'm definitely going to be looking at the idea of getting a quote on bottom surgery. And depending on circumstances, I may honestly pivot the goal towards bottom surgery instead of top surgery. As much as I would like the BA. Because it is still a point of dysphoria for me. You know. Sorry to get so serious and deep on you folks. But it is something I have been thinking about for a while because I've picked at a scab and I've made myself bleed. Why do I do this? Anyway. I mean, you know, obviously being trans and transitioning medically is an expensive procedure. And a part of me is just like, am I allowed to pivot my funding goal towards bottom surgery versus top? That's the thing I've been thinking. I think I brought it up last night. I'm not sure. Looks so clean. They have the same thing and feel like it's so blurry. I think I've got camera filters on. Let me have a look. Titties over camera. I've got color correction on. So that's the color correction. What does my chroma key do? Let me just try something. I want to try something. Hang on. No, not that. I've also configured my video. My camera. I want to try something. Chroma key time! Where'd the rest of me go? What happens if I set it to magenta? There's magenta chroma key. Oh, dude. Whoa. Let's try something else. Custom. Can I do a color picker? What happens if I go purple? I am gone. Goodbye. I like the magenta one though. That's trippy. That's a trip. What's going on? Okay, I'll stop fucking around now. Anyway. What's my light setup? I have 3 smart lights. I've got one over there. Sorry. Well, that one. Got one in the ceiling where you usually have it. And I've got one over there, which is the blue one. So I've got blue, purple, and red are my colors. And you can change those to virtually anything. I've got a light strip on the back of my bed. Fairy lights on my curtains. As you can see, which are battery operated, which are garbage. They burn through AA's like nothing. Or AAA's, I can't remember which it is. This is a cool little color cycling light thingy that I got from a smoke shop, which plugs into power, thankfully. Usually I would have my portal gun turned on. But it's not. That's another thing that burns through batteries like a motherfucker. Also got a little crystal lizard from Dark Souls sitting there next to the little light thingy. And yeah, I got a lot of lights. I want more lights. I don't have enough lights. As you can see, I am bleeding. Anyway, should I have those on a hotkey and make my voice sound really low? I should do something like that. Absolutely allowed to pivot. I would hope anyone supporting is for you. I mean, yeah, I imagine everybody who is contributing in any way, shape, or form, whether that is direct tips or whether that is subs and bits and stuff, they're doing so to support me as the streamer, you know. So, and I would hope they would support my decision. About 30 seconds? Yeah, I think it's time that we call the stream for the night, unfortunately, because it is we're past 4 hours of stream anyway. And we'll go rate somebody else, because yeah, I have been dealing with this for a little while now, and I'm getting a little bit sick of it, honestly. I'm getting a bit sick of my stream being delayed and all these other problems. Okay, so let me see who is doing a thing at the moment. What lights do I have on me? On me? Oh, I've got a ring light. That's it. Sorry, I forgot about that. I got a ring light. Anyway, that's just to make this light look good. Whereas this one does not have the same thing, and it's, you know, it looks like garbage. Okay, so let me think for a second. Let me think for a second. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Sorry, I'll stop. Anyway, you wish you had nice lights like those. I mean, my smart lights are pretty cheap. They're about $30 a bulb, $35 a bulb, I think. I got one 2-pack that was like $70, and I got one individual one that was like $34.
Enjoy your membership.
Sedson, oh my goodness. Thank you for the sub. For 3 months in advance. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. You've all been legends. I'm looking for somebody to raid. And I'm like, let's have a look here. Skyfry. Don't turn the volume on. I'm stuck behind a mother commercial. Is doing Bloodborne. And I'm kind of like, Bloodborne. Do we go raid? Or Jellyzine is doing Viscera cleanup detail. Could raid Sky again without the bots this time. That would be nice. Oh my god. Yeah, why not? Bloodborne is pog as all heck, you know. 2 of you followed playing games you don't really care about. That's fair. Yeah, we can raid without worrying about the damn bots. Exactly. So let's do that. Well, it hasn't started yet. So, let's do this. Let's do the whole thing. Let's go say hello. Let's bring everybody across, because we got to watch about 5 minutes of a Vati video about the story of Bloodborne. You simps. Anyway, let's go say hi. I'm gonna play some Bloodborne soon, I think. I might do it tomorrow. I don't know. You know, we've done a good discourse today. We did a little bit of socialism. We did a little bit of socialism. Tomorrow we'll do a bit more socialism. A shame. What's the shame, Bob? That we're heading off. But tomorrow, I mean, depending on how I feel, we might play Bloodborne or we might do... Like, we'll start in just chatting as usual. Why did that come up twice? Anyway, what else is there? If you're not already following me on all my socials, go do that. Be kind to yourselves and each other. There is a there's a raid message you can copy and paste if you want. We come bearing warmth and good vibes. I'm gonna copy and paste it at the very least. I don't often do post my raid message. I don't know why, but anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully my lag will be sorted by then. Be kind to yourselves and each other. I love your faces, and I will see you when I'm looking at ya.